big cup. But this, as you say, Macca, is, well, possibly the biggest test. They did lose their opening game to Somerset, which they were very, very disappointed to do. And Somerset, of course, did overcome Yorkshire the other day. White it is, as you can see, to get us going. It's the Saltersfield end, and he's got Joe Cracknell on strike. Oh, now with the 2 noises for 1, height is certainly suggested by Cracknell is a problem.
Bit of nippage early doors. Yeah, I don't think Joe particularly enjoyed that one, did he? Don't want that this time on a Sunday morning, do you?
There are very few things that could ruin a sunny Sunday morning. That's 2 of them. Scampered through for the single. Middlesex off the mark here.
Well, he's got the footwork going. That's the main thing, isn't it? Get back into the ball. And gets himself underway. There's a nice breeze blowing today, just taking a little touch of the edge off of the heat, but it is a lovely day.
Is that because you want me to get some puns in? Movement again and gone. Well, Carey's can't believe it. Look at his reaction. He's in complete shock at that one. And he's limping away as well. That ball seemed to do a fair bit.
He's completely bemused by it, isn't he?
I mean, it wobbled everywhere by the looks of it. We'll have a look again now.
Bounce onto hand or arm. And then down onto the stumps.
Was it the elbow? Oh, that's really painful, isn't it? That's that right elbow, I think. And down onto the stumps. Horrible way to go for De Carey's. Just nipped back in on him, hasn't it? Beaten that inside edge and taken the bottom elbow. It's nasty. There's a bit in this pitch, I think it's fair to say.
Well, it's painful in every sense, isn't it? First of all, it's the impact of the blow, but secondly, getting out in that manner as well. But that's maybe given us a little indication as to what's potentially coming. Obviously, this isn't the biggest ground in the world, and you'd be looking at a score starting with a 3. Normal circumstances, but if it's going to be nipping like this, we've only had 3 balls, a wicket. Cracknell got one that nipped through. Yeah. Doing a bit.
Yeah, so a painful start for the 2 openers. Robson, fresh from his very large part in Middlesex's record-breaking game at Durham. Runs are plenty in that match. Looks like it'll be a little bit more testing for the batters here at Radlett. Home ground, of course, of Josh De Carey's. Middlesex second 11 home, as it's been for so many years. So Cracknell and De Carey's, but Robson certainly as well. He's played plenty of cricket here over the years. They'll know when it's lively, it can be very lively for the seamers. But equally, 2 white balls in hand, one either end. You can see in the umpire's hand, indeed, at the moment. The ball that's been, or will be used at the pavilion end. Get through the first 10-15 overs. Go big will be the target for Middlesex.
I know we're not supposed to do things like this, but I'd really love to get a Sam Robson versus Imam Ul Haq game today. Sam Robson, obviously, with that 169 not out up at Durham. Imam, 331 runs in 3 matches. He didn't play in the Somerset game because of a little hip problem. 200s and a 50. You'd love to see 2 players of that high quality go at it, wouldn't you?
End of the first over, 1 for 1. A lively start for Whites and a lively start for Middlesex, a painful one. To Carey's back in the pavilion with the first baller to his name.
Well, it's interesting that the batters are jumping around here, which just implies that they're not completely confident as yet. It might just be a case that they need a couple of overs or so to get themselves up and running. Let's hope that's the case.
Interesting decision at an out ground to bat first, isn't it? Now look, they know Radlett very well, so the players will have had a look at it, the coaching staff will have made their call. I just wonder, is it one of those days? This happened in the Somerset game, it just felt a little livelier in the morning. And 11 o'clock start, sun's out, it'll be baking all day. Will it get a little bit easier to bat on this afternoon? But equally, as the chasing team, are you just a little bit more comfortable with what you need to do? At the moment, you do have that unknown as the batting lineup in terms of setting a total. Here's Code.
Oh, no.
And that is punched straight to point. Cracknell's gone, 1 for 2 Middlesex. He can't believe it. Sweetly out of the middle, but straight into the hands of the fielder.
Well, it's a good catch because it's low. He's made decent contact with it, but picked up at point. Going away to the right-hand side. And Luxton takes an excellent catch. Well, 1 for 2.
Well, that is the definition of dragging yourself off. He stood there in place for a long, long time, Joe Cracknell, in disbelief that he'd fallen to that one. Great disappointment for him and great disappointment for Middlesex. They've won the toss, but they're 1 for 2. And as Geddes departs, as Cracknell departs, Geddes enters the fray. The skipper comes out to join the most experienced batter. And boy, oh boy, do they have a job to do this morning now.
Code a wicket with his first ball. 2nd wicket in the competition this year. It's only his 2nd appearance. And I can tell you that in 3, 2, 1 steps, Cracknell has now finally crossed the boundary edge. That's how slowly he dragged himself off.
Well, off the bat, first look, you'd have thought, okay, he's in the runs. But, yeah, not a morning that he'll want to remember. That first baller on to the Unspeakables. Hit a midship and now hit him one. I'd say it was a good catch low in front of him, wasn't it? But I think that'll be slightly the disbelief from Cracknell as well, that he's given him the chance to take the catch. But that is the problem early in the morning, looking to force the issue. If the ball is doing a little bit, and this is going to be a strong attack, Code and White. And there's going to be a real chance here for Yorkshire to get in amongst them.
I just heard the sound of 3 bangs. It was either Mum calling us in for tea at the window, or I think Crackers may have just made it to the dressing room.
Nice ball first up from Code to Geddes. Pushed right into the position where the question's asked. Are your feet moving? How are you seeing it? Very, very big job to do. Mentioned Robson's record the other day, or his part in the record. Carey's got 1 that day. Carey's 63, Robson 169, Geddes 24. Middlesex hitting 390 for 5. Recordless stay chase in this country, beating Durham, who posted 387 for 4, and that looked, with Lees hitting 138 at the top and Bedingham 107, that looked a pretty hopeless cause for Middlesex at the interval, but Sam Robson doing it with a couple of overs to spare, 48 overs. It took for Middlesex to chase down those runs. I think it's fair to say we're not going to see an 800 aggregate match here at Radlett today.
Well, if we are, someone's going to play brilliantly. That's Lepson took the shoulder of the bats. Well, of course, it's the first of a couple of games here. Kent in a couple of days. Yeah, I'm not surprised Don Bess is putting another grabber in. 3 slips. So they've taken mid-wicket out. So mid-wicket's gone across to mid-off, and as you can see there, 3 genuine slips waiting for an edge.
Oh, now bounce again. Now Robson will know this track better than anybody with the bat for Middlesex today. He played here many times, and well, it can be a very quick scoring and high scoring ground because one, the square's on a mound, so as soon as you beat the infield, it's racing away down a slope on all sides. 2, and they're pretty short boundaries as well. Always park with great trepidation in the car park here at Cow Corner. Nice shape on that one again, but as you can see, it's more of a first-class feel at the start of this one-day cup match, and Middlesex winning the toss, 2 overs in, they're 2 for 2.
In a strange way, this start is actually why I love this form of this game, because in a T20 game, it's just basically all-out attack. And obviously in a red ball game with 2 innings, whatever, you have time to rebuild. This, to me, is the link between the shortest form and 4-day and 5-day cricket, because you don't have to thrash from the outset. There's time to rebuild and still be able to set a half-decent score. You know, as you mentioned, in Durham, you lose one of the openers for single figures, you still end up making the thick end of 400. It can be done. That's why this form of the game, to me, is so important.
You can see tentative prod from Geddes, and Geddes is one who's, I always say, it's a strength and a weakness at the moment as a young man. He likes to go at the ball early, he likes to feel bat and ball, he likes to go hard at it. I suppose there is some argument that in the power play here, maybe the attack could be the best form of defence for Geddes right now. Robson, on the other hand, I'm sure will look to be there for the best part of 40 overs if he can, if not more. And nips back again. Big deep breath from Geddes. Inhalation, it's hit somewhere on the back hip, hasn't rubbed it at the moment, but there you go, bit of bounce. Ouch. No, he's got a guard there, you can just see it. Pushing through his trousers, he has protection. Otherwise I think he'd have been bent double. Hit on the hip there. That is a beaut. Actually started just a little bit too wide, but Geddes was drawn into it still. Real jaffa. Just a little bit of late swing, wasn't there? The way it looked as though it was angling, trailing into towards that off stump, then look at it go.
And the good thing is he's played the line, hasn't he? That's what saved him there. Actually not getting drawn into the ball.
Equally, the good thing on that front was I think that was through the air. That was all late swing, wasn't it? Which that won't be there all day, or all through the innings anyway. through for a single. But right now it's looking a very good toss to lose for Yorkshire, isn't it? Their job at this stage is very, very simple. Just keep hitting the top of the off stump. There's plenty in it. Ball and pitch. Middlesex's job, well, all of a sudden becomes survival, and they'll have to think about what a good score may be on this pitch. In about 20 overs time, maybe they'll come back to start thinking about that, but they've got to get through this new ball first.
Yorkshire again going 3 slips. Leg side, just 2 fielders, mid-on and a long leg. I'm taking it that that was a surprise, because I'm bearing in mind it's doing as much as it is. I'm slightly surprised you go a little bit back of a length when you've just put a 3rd slip in.
Well, that's why the thoughts about the toss at the moment, obviously we'll revisit it as the day goes on and once both sides have batted and the game's complete. Solid defence to end the over. 3 for 2 after 3. Somerset, the first game here, won the toss and elected to field. Middlesex posted 289 for 7. Somerset won by 6 wickets. The lowest defended total here at Radlett, 313.
Blimey.
In the, actually, let me qualify that. It's since 2017. Been number of games, so best part of 10 seasons, 9 seasons. 8 seasons.
Wow. I mean, that's a pretty high number.
That's why I think if there's any thought that there's going to be something in the wicket first thing, you're perhaps best having first go with the ball. Try and get at them, because this is a ground where, you know, runs do eventually come, but the stickiest part of the day is going to be that first hour, isn't it? If there's going to be anything there, it's going to be the first hour.
Yeah, there's not going to be any more moisture appearing during the course of this day, is there? Can't actually see a cloud in the sky. Good call. Good decisive call. And they make it with ease in the end. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. There's that breeze, as I mentioned, as well, which is going to just completely dry any other moisture out as well. So it's going to be like a biscuit later on this outfield.
Yeah, it's a day for hydration here. I don't think it's going to be one of the 30-degree days, but cooler one yesterday, 20 or so degrees in the capital, 25 today, I think. Feels a lot warmer.
And they've gone back to the 2 slips and the mid-wicket again.
Just the leg by. Went slightly straighter with his line there, didn't he, Code? Should you say the field moving as it did, just bringing the line that little bit straighter. Perhaps the skipper just saying, come on, at the stumps at this stage.
I'm not sure I'd have changed it. I mean, it's hardly broken so far for Yorkshire, is it?
Oh, what a ball that is. Goodness me. Geddes departs, lines it up one more time, but that is a beaut. Code and Yorkshire have got their tails up here at the moment. That's the best so far.
Well, that tells you all you need to know, isn't it? It's a red ball style bowling wicket. Just put it in there or thereabouts. Draw your man in. Takes the edge. And Duke will do the rest.
saw a Jaffa a moment or two ago, just a little bit wider outside the off stump, didn't we? That one, is trying to get everything behind it. Couldn't do so. 5 for 3 in the fourth, and Middlesex in a spot of bother.
2 for 2 for Code. Davies is on the way. Hassan Adnan and Gareth Cross, our umpires for this one today. They've certainly been busy so far.
Well, in some ways, that's going to have to be Middlesex's hope, and I think that's what Sam Robson's almost saying there, isn't it? That this is going to be a tricky one. It's going to be sticky, is the word he used already. That's got to be Middlesex's hope, that it's a sticky day throughout. Now, the pitch won't change dramatically, but the best of it with the ball will surely be this first hour this morning. We'll just have to hope that when they do get out there in the power play in the Yorkshire innings, that they'll be able to find the same kind of movement through the air and off the surface that Yorkshire have found this morning. So Jack Davies joins Sam Robson, playing as a batter, not as a wicket keeper. Cracknell with the gloves at the moment. Davies with a fair job to do though. Luke Holman in next. Nathan Fernandez. They do have a fair bit of batting. Roland Jones at 9. Sorry, Roland Jones at 8, Brooks at 9. Gilchrist and Cornwall to complete it. So they have a fair bit of batting to come, Middlesex. But again, by the time they get to Roland Jones, should he be required, of course, you'd hope, Middlesex would hope that he was there just to do a bit of biffing at the end. First ball for Davies. Just gave him a little sight there, didn't it? But it certainly gave us a sight again that there you go, there's movement. His hands moving everywhere after the ball's got through to the keeper's gloves, isn't there? It's doing this, it's doing that. I think that one has gone off the surface, so we'll get a better idea.
Yeah, just a little bit of nip away off the seam.
I think he's right to come around the wicket here because you can see from the movement of those last two, but he'll want to get it right up there on that off stump. Another good over from Codes. 2 for 2 from 2. Middlesex are 5 for 3 from 4.
Two batsmen still yet to get off the mark. And that's effectively what they've got to be doing now, is basically saying, right, effectively we're opening the innings. We've now got to do a job. It's been 2 overs from either end. Lacquer will start to come off the ball. The longer we're out here, then the more chance we've got of being able to occupy.
Sam Robson feeling bat on ball. It feels like it's been a while since Robson's faced. But he eases that one away. Almost exaggerated in playing the shot, smothering behind it. It wasn't a typical Sam Robson back foot punch that we're also accustomed to nowadays. The cry from somebody, wide signal, to put a bat on pad offering a sound.
Good take that. Going away to his left and down the hill as well. When you get that momentum going, it's not the easiest to keep your feet going.
Yeah, Somerset match, it wasn't doing as much as this. Somerset won the toss, elected to field. Middlesex 289 for 7. They lost Joe Cracknell 63 for 1 after 13.4, but Middlesex were 42 without loss after 6. So the next 7.5 overs brought just 21 runs and then a wicket. Too high on that one, just excitement behind the stumps. But I think Somerset, well, no, Somerset had a very sloppy's the wrong word, but they're a little loose to begin with. As soon as they tightened up, it was a different game, and then all of a sudden, with Cracknell gone, De Carey's was really getting his head down. 71 from 86. He was very unlucky. He was giving out LBW to Leach. It was a clear umpire error. The ball never struck the pad, it struck the glove as he looked to sweep. So it was a pretty unfortunate moment for that, it has to be said, for Middlesex. Now that's come back in again, bottom hand off from Robson. I say this is a different day again. There's a lot more in this pitch today than the one against Somerset, but that Somerset one, Robson got 18 that day from 22, Geddes 40, Davies 64. But it was a hard toil for Middlesex. As I say, De Carey's wicket for me was probably key. He was on 71. I think he may well have gone on instead. James Rue got 106 in reply, and Somerset chased it to win by 6 wickets with 2.5 overs to spare. Chasing down a 290 target. Wow. He's got it away, and he's off the mark, Robson. But that was very nearly dollied up to mid-on. There's a ripple of applause around the ground as they come back for a sharp third, and that was a nasty bounce as well there. And you can see the double teapot, not hey. He's not too unhappy.
You got the opposition 9 for 3, and you've still got grumpy bowlers. It's a bit of a dusty throwback in.
But yeah, Robson was through that shot, wasn't he? He was looking more, I'd suggest, squarer than that ball ended up. But he kept the bat face open, and he's off the mark, but that could easily have been another wicket. Well, that'll feel better. Certainly for Davies, his third ball, he's off the mark, but for Middlesex as well. Half volley, all right from White.
It was just there, wasn't it? Get the stride in. And with 3 grabbers behind, there's plenty of open space to try and thread that particular needle. Well, it's not even a needle, is it? Lovely shot.
13 for 3 after 5. So look at that Robson one to get off the mark. A fancy body shape, everything was just looking for a clip wide of mid-on. Typical Robson shot, but I think he ended up just keeping the bat face open. Yeah, look, he was trying to clip that, and in the end he's driven it straight. That Davies drive, I think it's one of those days, whatever you've got to do, you've got to do it with great determination and belief, both in defence and in attack, if you're going to play the shot. And it was a half volley, but on a day like this, 9 for 3, as it was at the time, you can almost see Davies not getting the feet movement, half-hearted going at it, and nicks it off.
It's that thing, isn't it? You can be positive in defence, and that doesn't mean trying to smash it, it just means being positive in your movement.
You see Robson there again. I was almost hesitant in making that point because Robson was almost if he'd have been too positive in his clip, the other one, but it's committed, isn't it? It's committed in what you're doing, right? You know you're up against it here, you are going to have to be committed in defence, but you can see Robson just trying to work slightly. He'd obviously be thinking he'd like to work out one of those slips behind him as well. 3 settled down, so he'd like to move one of those. No, height again. Bowler's not interested.
It was very much an afterthought from Code, wasn't it? Which, when you got 2 for 2 against your name, if you think you're hitting the pads and it's close, you're definitely going to be up.
And going down the leg side as well. Again, more movement. I mean, these could all be whites, couldn't they? And a red ball in hand at the moment.
And in many respects, this kind of goes back to what we were talking earlier. Treat it almost like a red ball game. What you've got to do is, yeah, Code and White bowl really well. Get through their spells. Get someone else on, because they might not come on and hit that particular strap. You know, this is now Code's 3rd over. Maybe a couple more after this one. Build from there. Set yourself building blocks.
Well, he's been looking for that for a couple now, hasn't he, Robson? He gets it away. Lovely clip. It'll make him feel a little bit happier. His first boundary.
Lovely shot. And it's called for tape and scissors from his kit bag, which would seem to indicate that this is an old faithful bat that might have got a little bit of wear on it, but he's not going to give it up for anything. And why would you, when you just got 170 odd with it?
17 for 3, end of the 6th. Didn't quite catch the cry from the field there, but something along the lines of they're here for the taking here.
Well, these are the Yorkshire bowling options that we were just discussing. Obviously, we've not seen Moriarty and Milnes yet, so that's what Middlesex's target has got to be, to get them with ball in hand. So far, Hill's got 5 wickets this competition at 25.6.
Just the single we're looking to, but it is a small ground here.
Matt Reeves has got 6 wickets from 4 games, but he's now been called up for the 100, so he won't now feature for the rest. And Cliff has got 7 wickets in 3 games, actually, at 15.1. Well, that tape has obviously got fairly urgent. And it would appear there's already tape on that favourite bat.
It's actually pretty fascinating to see this, isn't it?
This is the thing, isn't it? You know, we always hear about, you know, batters, or they you know, Steve Smith goes out with 29 bats or whatever it is. But when you get one that starts going really, really well, the others can go fish. That's the one you're using.
Don't make that edge any thicker, Sam. No, it is. You're right. It's Robson's that kind of character as well. He loves his cricket, loves talking about it, loves playing the game.
See, there are some batters as well who won't let anyone else do this on their bat. They want it doing exactly to their spec. Now, obviously, in the dressing room, it can be a bit different. When you're out in the middle, you kind of you're sort of a little bit more left to your own devices. But some batters won't even let you touch their bats. Right, everyone's happy again.
It's a great trepidation we wait this ball now, isn't it, after all of the build-up?
Let's hope he absolutely pings it off the middle.
This is not the ball to get out to right now for Sam Robson. Especially outside edge. Well, that's Sam Robson settling in. We saw him ease one of those away, almost smothering it. This time he did give it the proper Robson punch off the back foot.
Nice shape. Stayed in line. The only fielder out on the offside is at deep third. All you've got to do is find that gap between point and cover. And even though it's up the hill, away she goes.
Now, where does that end up? Safe. I'm not going to say it exploded. Sam Robson's certainly going to go and have a look at the pitch, but it certainly got big on him.
Jeez. Sam Robson might need to adjust his helmet there because his eyebrows have just gone so high.
Well, that was a little like the one that took the elbow of De Carey's, wasn't it? Falling down onto the stumps. Just got that little bit of bounce, beat the inside edge. Oh, that comes sharply back in. He's a long way outside the line of off, and it's going to go away. Runs are indeed signalled. The appeal went, but it was an inside edge onto that front pad, I think. But the fact it gets through, it just shows you there's all sorts happening.
Wow.
Maybe it didn't clip the pad. I thought it was inside edge onto the top of the pad on the way through. Thought it sounded like there was two noises. That was the end of the 7th, 26 for 3. This is it from behind. Yeah, it might just clip the top of that pad on the way through, mightn't it? Inside edge onto the top. Certainly the appeal went up. He was in disbelief that it wasn't given, but it was always inside edge first.
Well, it's still doing plenty, isn't it?
First game here at Radlett was against Yorkshire. Middlesex turned this from their training base into a fixture for the first team. Robson, fair chance he may well have played in that one. Dear old Dave Callaghan was alongside me, the famous Yorkshire commentator, a broadcasting legend. Yorkshire's favourite Lancastrian, I think it's fair to say. Dearly missed. But yeah, it was a day where Angus Fraser was the managing director of cricket back then, but obviously there's a lot of trepidation, isn't there, for a side staging a fixture at the ground for the first time. How's it going to go? How's the track going to play? Lovely ball. He's just played the line there, Davies. quite got it right around the wicket yet, Coates Davies, but he will. And when he does, as we've seen, there's plenty of movement. He's not getting punished at the moment, so that's fine in that sense. But this is what Somerset didn't get quite right. They were bowling too wide to begin with, and it allowed Middlesex to throw their hands at the ball in the opening few overs. Then once they tightened up onto the stumps, it was a very, very different game now. With those early wickets, only wide one at the moment, Middlesex are mostly happy to let go, particularly Davies.
Just that one that runs down the slope, isn't it, a la Lords? That's what he's got to watch.
Bowled or played. Just got to get through these firsts 15 overs. These two white balls soft. It's a different game once the ball settles down. Usually is. That's where the next judgment call will come for Middlesex. Gets that 15 over mark, maybe even 20. Once they're there, then they can evaluate again how they feel about a total today on this surface. 27 for 3 after 8.
Stephen Fletcher's taxi's arrived.
That's just bringing his lunch.
Glorious day to be up and zooming around the skies. Lovely day to be watching cricket. Well, we're staying with white. I did hear at the end of the last over the call go up to George Hill, but 4 overs, 1 for 19 so far.
Well, yeah, I mentioned that ball getting to 15 overs, but of course the change bowlers gets the first change bowlers. See if that alleviates a little. This is where he wants to settle now, White. Just keep it there, keep him playing. Keep it on the stumps, and then if there's any little bit of movement, Yorkshire will be right back in the game again. Well, not that they're out of it, 27 for 3. But in the hunts for wickets, Robson and Davies just trying to settle it down at the moment. Now, a bit of width, and Davies is thinking about a pickup shot, but when the bounce is as it is, then the pickup shot is perhaps even one of the more difficult, playing across the line. When the ball's doing that, I mean, look, he's not even on the same track as that one, really, is he? It's moved, it's bounced.
Well, I think he's worked out he's not going to get bowled by it, and therefore it's just going to go.
Well, I guess if he gets any contact on it, it flies over the slips, doesn't it? So he probably was safe. Resist that one. Only just. No harm in playing out a maiden at this stage for Middlesex. 27 for 3. There's an awful lot more that could go wrong for them right now than could go right. So close to the first maiden of the innings, but it's just a single to end a very good over. Oh, they're thinking two. They will get back. So I'll run. Davies scampering through. A couple to end the over there. 9 bowls. 29 for 3. See a decent little crowd in the background. Mackie, you were talking about this competition sits, so nicely between a T20 and a first-class game. The crowd have certainly responded to it. 4,500 at Lord's the other day. So the Surrey game the other day, where they'd have had a similar number, 5,000 packed into the Oval as well. First game against Somerset was really well attended here, and by the sounds of it across the country, the punters have come out for this competition, which is good to see.
Well, it's nice, isn't it? Obviously with the 100, some of the venues like Lord's are unavailable, and it just gives a chance to play some classic cricket in some classic cricket settings. Guided. And now, was there contact with the rope or not? Umpires seem happy enough. Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire so far in this competition have played games at Scarborough and at York. Yeah. Spread the word a little bit. Oh, fair play. That is good work.
There's another one. How that has not bowled Robson, how it's not taken the edge. Well, there's the disbelief.
But that stayed down. That's the first one we've seen stay down. I mean, fair enough if they're all going up. I mean, batters don't like that, but at least it's consistent. If you're going to get the odd one staying down as well, then there'll be a few people thinking all bets are off.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh,
for Robson.
Oh, see that? Right arm just went straight out, like plucking an apple off a tree. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Whoosh!
Oh, hello. It's behind him as well.
It's like the Karate Kid, wasn't it, with the old chopsticks and the fly?
Mr. Miyagi. He had no right to claim that.
I want to see this again.
It's behind him. Oh, how has he done that? Oh dear. Well, we know how Code's doing it. There's plenty in it for the seamers at the moment. Yeah, that's all off the surface, that one. Oh, it was a little bit of shape, wasn't there, just before it pitched, actually. More evident from looking behind. Dot ball to end the power play. It's almost fitting, isn't it? 10 bowls. Middlesex winning the toss. They're 35 for 3.
So who do we think won the power play then?
Well, so often we say, well, ask me again once both sides have batted. However, I think there's no doubt right now it was a good toss to lose. And that is evident because of the power play.
It would have been very interesting to grab a word with Dom Bess as they walk back in from the toss and say, if you could have said, so after 10 overs, for 20 quid, I'll sell it you now. What would you be happy with? I don't think he'd be saying 35 for 3.
Bit Bit of bounce again. Davies has a little look back at the surface. Yeah, you mentioned some of the other grounds. Of course, it was rugby school for Middlesex. Going against Warwickshire on Friday. Just a little too wide again from White. I think Middlesex will be quite pleased with that. Leave it out there.
It's interesting, isn't it, actually, for some of the counties that are still able to use their main ground. It should be an advantage for them in this tournament, in the fact that it's a ground that everyone knows well and they'll know the conditions and etc, etc, but it doesn't seem to be panning out that way.
Edged, safe. It would have been wide of a third slip, I fancy.
And that one was going up. A little bit of grip in the surface and a bit of extra bounce. And Robson, he's now been there 30 deliveries, but he's still jumping around a little bit, which again just gives you that mindset indicator of how he's feeling about this. And he's been there since halfway through the first over, so he's basically been out there 10 overs. He's faced half the deliveries that have gone down, and he's still jumping around.
Shot. That one gets through as well. That was probably more that distinctive back foot punch of Robson.
Just bounced in front of him, didn't it? And obviously the wickets at this time of the year have been baked so hard. Just takes a bit of a bobble in front of him, and he wasn't able to stop it.
That's well run. Something else Middlesex will have to try and do as they start to tick this scoreboard over a little. End of the 11th, 6 off it. 41 for 3. Yeah, there was a little bit more of a flow about that Robson drive there, wasn't there? The others were a little bit more watchful, but there was a little bit more ease in his own play. Yeah, just going back to the outgrounds that have been used. We were talking about rugby school out in Middlesex, winning by 28 runs, having bowled Warwickshire out for 189. Middlesex for 217 all done. First up. It's Carey's 43, Geddes 48, Davies 38, Holman 33. That was the day after Somerset's defeat to, Yorkshire's defeat to Somerset. So this was the Friday. Warwickshire in reply had a good start with Yates and Barnard, 38 and 20 apiece, but after that only Sheikh got above 20 with 42. Four wickets for Luke Holman, a couple for De Carey's and one for Fernandez. Fair to say it was turning at rugby. across and behind that one there, Robson. I run the call. You could just see there was a little bit more intense about that. That was a thought. Can I drop the single? Even in a defensive mindset, and I'll code into his 6th over. So say it's around this time now where Robson and Davies can just start to evaluate a little more. Ball's getting softer. The opening pair nearly done.
Well, Matt Milnes has just been bowling some practice deliveries, so I think we're going to get our first bowling change sooner rather than later. Six each for the openers at the end of this one.
And there you go. Just when Middlesex was starting to think about pushing that scoreboard on. Yorkshire strike again. Line and length from Code. A 3rd wicket for him. A comfortable catch. And a big disappointment for Robson.
I'm going to take the blame for that one, because I just looked at the scorecard and was thinking, yeah, it's been 8 overs since they lost the wicket. They've just started to build, and the very next ball. So I'm taking the blame for that one.
Well, it was a naughty shot by Robson. That I think a couple of balls back, I don't know if it was the very ball before, but maybe 2 back, he'd pushed at one just outside. I said he was looking for the single with the defensive shot, and I think that's what he was doing again there. And just a little bit too early in the piece. The ball's still moving, and it was just the smallest amount of movement that did for Robson. Gone for 38, Middlesex 43 for 4. Luke Holman makes his way out at 6. Fernandez to come at 7, then Roland Jones at 8. Do need to be careful now, Middlesex. They've got to look mainly at the overs column right now because of the wickets column, and they need to think that, right, a partnership's required. They've got to be there for a long time, and even in just, for me, he was looking for a single there, Robson, pushing at that outside, because, you know, if you're in a defensive mindset, you're not thinking about playing at that length at all, that line. But his confidence was growing. He'd tried to find the single a couple of balls back, and on that one he offered the edge. So yeah, Middlesex are really going to have to settle down here, let the time play its part in this game, let the ball get that little bit softer, that little bit older. Remember, power play 2, there's only 4 fielders back, so once you get past the opening pair, once the ball gets softer, scoring opportunities will come. Can't let the game get away from them before that happens, though.
Well, this is now going to be really interesting from Yorkshire, because now that we're out of power play 1, they can relax, but when you put the opposition 4 down for 40 odd, why would you? There are still 3 slips in play in a 50 over game in the 12th over of the match. Holman's first ball.
And a dot to end the over, 12 done. Code has 3 for 15. Do they keep him going for a 7th now with a new batter at the crease?
This is the temptation now, isn't it? Because this goes back to the point you were making earlier about the Somerset game, about having the door slightly ajar but not actually forcing your way through it. If you can quite easily say, well, look, they're 4 down for 40 odd. We're going to keep them to, well, we were talking earlier about a score starting with a 3. That looks a million miles away now. So if you were Yorkshire, you might say, well, actually, we can settle in for a little bit here. But why? Why make it more difficult? And as we made the point earlier, huge game today. We've got 3 sides all tied on 12 points in this group. So therefore, net run rate becomes important. And if you can get a big win, your net run rate takes a massive stride. Now, Yorkshire's is plus 1.5, which is why they're top of the shop. Middlesex in second at plus 0.25. So there's a big difference there anyway. Yorkshire do make the first change with the bowling. Here's Matt Milnes.
And he has. Well, That is a strangle and a half, surely. Right arm around, a loose one first up from Milnes. Davies just looking to help it on its way. The finest of edges. Just got too far inside it, hasn't he? And in the end, he's just searching for a little bit down that leg side. Tough one for Davies.
Oh, the phrase "one of those days" springs to mind, doesn't it? When you finally make a bowling change and his first one goes down there and it still picks up a wicket.
Well, Nathan Fernandez opened the batting at the start of the season for Middlesex with Sam Robson against Lancashire at Lords, and he made a real statement last year in a couple of innings where his calmness and his coolness came to the fore so quickly, and that was what struck you. Just seemed to play with a lot of time out there. He was never rushed, never looked nervous, looked confident, composed, and Middlesex need all of that right now. It's a long game to be played here by Holman and Fernandez. Holman, who's batted at 4, he's batted at 3 this summer, and he's got his first class ton to his name. They're going to need something special from these two promising youngsters.
I did wonder when they were 3 down with only 5 on the board, could they promote him? Bearing in mind he had done some opening, but if you've got a plan, then there's a reason why he's down at 7.
It's a really good shout, and I have to be honest, that did slightly cross my mind as well. You're looking at him down there and thinking, you know, he's an opening bat. Oh, that's close, not out. Right arm around to the left-hander.
I think everybody wants to see this. Looks like it's bouncing a bit and going down leg side is my first thought.
It's hit top of the pad, hasn't it? Not even just above the knee roll, it's top of the pad. And as you say, angle's always a problem. Right arm around to a left-hander when you're looking for an LBW. What are you doing this afternoon, Macca?
Well, I was just thinking that ice cream van in the background. He's going to be dropping the prices later on, I think.
Dear me. That's when you and I come to life, isn't it? When the price drops.
Look, there's not a great deal of good news when you're 43 for 5, but the good news from a Middlesex point of view is we're in the 13th over of this innings, and it's still doing plenty.
Are you suggesting they declare?
No, that might be a touch optimistic.
Always am reminded of that Justin Langer declaration at Lords. First morning of a championship game. 50 for 8, and Somerset declared before lunch on the first day because they wanted a piece of what was happening with that ball, rather than in Langer's and Somerset's defence, rather than having 9, 10 and Jack scratching around for singles and just taking out time. They wanted a piece of Lords while the cloud cover was overhead that morning. Middlesex were furious because at 8 down they were 1 shy of maximum bowling points.
Well played. Nicely guided. No, presumably the conversation in the dressing room just away to our right-hand side is Henry Brooks, Noah Cornwall, Nathan Gilchrist, Toby Rowland-Jones. They've done nothing that you can't do.
Me?
Well, it might be a little bit out of your range. But essentially, all I don't want to belittle it, because actually it's a great knack to be able to be repeatable. It's the thing that you don't want in white ball cricket, sorry, in the shortest form of white ball cricket, actually being predictable, being repeatable. But actually, in these conditions, it's bang on. Middlesex simply have to be able to repeat what they've seen this morning. And I'll say it again, with 13 overs into a 50-over game, there are 3 slips still in play. That tells you all you need to know.
And there you go. Holman replays the uppercut, but quite simply for Holman and Fernandez. And I know it's a very easy game for here. They've got to be just trying to think, if they can bat somewhere towards power play 3 into the 40s, up towards that 50 over. It's a long, long way away, but if they can, it's that accumulation of runs at the moment that will give them a chance in this game. At the moment, they're a long, long way short of having a chance. No matter how tricky a surface it is, no matter how much the ball is doing, if you're a side coming out chasing 75, 80, which is slightly pessimistic from this stage, because you'd back Middlesex just to try and settle down now that the new ball is gone, or both new balls, that little bit softer. But even still, if you're a side coming out chasing 120, you're really backing yourself in 50 overs to say, no matter what that pitch is doing, put the shots away. Just let them make the mistakes. Dig in. But if you can get, even if you bat 50 overs and you only get 180, 200 on the board, it's just that little bit more that says to a side, yeah, but you've got to go out and find those runs somewhere. Give Roland Jones and co the chance to try and do some damage, because he's the name, Roland Jones, that springs to mind anytime there's a pitch with a little bit of life in it, a little bit of bounce, and Roland Jones is immediately in the game. He's the kind of bowler that finds something in even the most placid surfaces. You think of Roland Jones over the years at Merchant Taylor's School here at Radlett, well able to trouble a side. All that experience as well now, he just hoped to hang it on that off stump, wouldn't he? And likewise, those that are with him for this game. Gilchrist in on loan because of the injuries to Middlesex's youngsters. Cornwell's an exciting young talent. Or Brooks, when he gets it right, as we have seen in the past already, even in the early days of his career, he's got a lot of potential. Or you counter-attack.
I think it's a case of, if you identify that it's not on the stumps, you're going to throw your hands at it. That is Holman's game. So he's going to get beaten 2 or 3 times. It's going to happen. We just got to be prepared to accept that and hope that he fights it through, and then those balls start disappearing to the boundary.
Oh, well, he's got that one through. The cry of catch went out. There is the sweeper back, and it's a good piece of fielding out there. He hit that hard, Holman. Well, whether it is a case of counter, it is a day where at this stage, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So whatever Holman and Fernandez do from here, I can have no criticism of whatsoever. It's a very, very difficult situation, because as you say, you could try and bat long and hard and you're not going anywhere fast, and then all of a sudden the wickets go anyway. Or you try and get on top of the bowling now and try and change the course of the match that way. Tucked up by that one, bowled by Milnes, just saying hit that, he gets the single.
Pair of lefties for Milnes to go to work on. That's what he'll be thinking. Always nice for a bowler when he can settle in. Two batters playing the same.
Technically, he looks really good, doesn't he, Fernandez? Can we see that again? Can we see that again? Yeah. Just his whole setup, the composure he has just before the bowler releases. He's in position, he's happy. Everything looks in good order for Nathan Fernandez. Now can he kick on? Can he get lots of time in the middle and rack up those runs? Drawn into that one. I don't think he should have been at this stage. I think with the game that he plays, he's dangling the bat there at a line and length where there's not much joy to be had for a batter. You got it? Done. Front and back on that one. Or, well, leave it now. Sorry, they were noisy on the back there on the pitch.
Yeah, coming into today, Fernandez has faced 60 balls in his 4 innings. Obviously, when you're down the lower part of the order, you don't get a chance to face as many. Well, here is a chance to really bat long. Here is the chance to sort of say to Dane Villiers and the rest of the coaches, actually I could do you a job a bit higher up the order if given a chance.
Quite get it through. Was forcing that to some extent. There's a bit of a mix-up. And the bowler is nearly the man who's taken out by it all. Fortunately, he sees the funny side. Health insurance, yeah, he might need some.
It's a great stop. Gets back to his feet as well. Throw. Yeah. It was like Platoon. Do you remember that the old war film, wasn't it? He went down in stages.
Was it William Dafoe? Willem Dafoe even. Or was he the one that left him behind and that was why wasn't that the iconic shot? They flew off in the choppers. Leave no one behind, they said, eh? That's the motto when the press tent has lunch served as well. Everyone gets left behind, scramble. First come, first served. Very well bowled.
Well, he's starting his 8th, and why would you take him off? Still bowling deliveries like that.
Well, this is where Holman might decide to go at this a different way. As I said, in an ideal world, in old money, you used to say, right, get there. In old speak, get there to the 50th over and get what you can. But right now, would a cameo be better? A quick fire 50 all of a sudden. Middlesex are maybe 150 on the board, and as we said, maybe getting something around 180 here. Well, it certainly will give something for Middlesex to bowl at.
Again, that was very much down shin height when it arrived at Ari Duke behind the stumps. I just wonder, and this is proper top of my head stuff, so it might be complete nonsense, but with all the problems, all the bowlers have been able to settle in and bowl it. No one's used their feet to come towards. You know, just to try and not even necessarily play a big shot, but just to try and put them off their length. I'm not saying that would be an option as the 50 comes up, but it may just be a way to just get them off of that nagging length that we've seen so well.
I think the problem is on days like this, there's an element of shell shock, isn't there? Where all of a sudden, wow, what's happened? You know, you see the pitches doing a bit, then you see the wickets go, and now Middlesex are in recovery mode, aren't they? And you're right, Mac, that that's where the very best players, and also kind of in hindsight. But the very best players as well, they adapt quickly. And the name that you said that sprung to mind when you said that's Leas Deploy. He's a man that is very positive from the off, and he'll look to try and come up with something different, try and go after them. I remember he played a shot, I think it may have been at Northamptonshire. He was just scratching for runs a little bit earlier this season. I remember he charged down the track to one quite early in the innings and nicked off. And that was a championship game. Now, I had no problem with it because that's Deploy, and that's Deploy's game, but I remember he took a little bit of criticism from those watching on. What's he doing in that situation? I just said it quietly to the coach at the time. I said, any problem with Leas doing that, going down the track? He said, no problem at all, because that's Leas. And I was like, yeah, that's my take. All right, that's how I feel. I feel better now that that's also the way the coach is seeing it. But yeah, fully backed. And that's the thing with certain players that are of that ability. They'll go early and back their own ability. Oh.
Well, Don Bess is taking huge raps for the backing up there, but I think the throw was very tight. Made it comfortably.
Holman's reaction. It'll be so interesting to see. I think Fernandez will try to bat the long game. Will Holman be able to resist it? He's such a positive and aggressive player. He's got all the shots and likes to dominate, doesn't he? Get on top. Just maybe he'll be the man to go after the approach you were discussing, Macca.
Yeah, it's not a case of necessarily doing it every ball. It's just once every now and again, just so that the bowlers just can't settle in. It's rhythmical. Harry Duke, the keeper, is talking about, let's keep that length, let's keep that length. You don't want to be reckless, but you would like to move them off it.
Smothered again, but there was a little gap there that got Milnes excited. Front foot didn't particularly move. That's what nearly opened the door for Milnes. Now, that's the first one that Fernandez is particularly opened up to, just a guide down to deep third. Single to end the over, 54 for 5.
It'd be interesting to hear that conversation, wouldn't it? What's Holman saying to Fernandez, and what's Fernandez saying to Holman? Well, Cody's going to keep rolling him out. Another over. He's been fabulous so far. Oh, shot.
Well, we said how long would he wait? Holman leans into that one and gives it everything. Talked about committing to the shot, didn't we, earlier? Davies got a lovely drive away, didn't he? Which was not quite as dismissive as that from Holman.
Yeah, it was just too long, wasn't it? It doesn't matter what the score says. If you get one of those, you've got to put it away.
Well, that sums it up, doesn't it? The dominant crunch of the ball before and the drop of the bat thereafter, in disbelief that he was beaten by that one. Tailing in towards that off stump, isn't it?
18 gone, 59 for 5. He's going to feel he's missed out on that one. Dom Bess has just walked in, the Yorkshire captain, from his spot at mid-wicket to go and stand by the batter's stumps and just get the exact angle he wanted down to third.
A couple of times now he's beaten him on that line. Round the wicket to the left-hander. He's prodding the surface, disappointed with himself. Got to play at that though. Just held its line, that one. If it comes back in, you're in trouble. We've seen enough movement today.
As you said, he's got to play at it. Good news is he missed it.
.60 for 5, 19 done.
So for one final time, Code ambles his way up. 3 for 23 so far.
It's a long way down the track there. Fair chance he's outside the line as well. I think it did hit the inside part of the pad. We'll have a look, but I think you'd be feeling really hard done by to be out to this one. There's the charge down the track, and it was just hidden in line. I tell you what, if they'd have gone upstairs, they may well have got that.
As you've said, because he's taken those couple of steps, there's a lot of moving parts there, isn't there?
It's just whether it hit in line. If they'd have gone upstairs, would it have been umpire's call as to whether it was hitting in line or not? But yeah, you mentioned it about trying to get down the track and putting them off the line that way.
Bencote's had a heck of a day so far. Middlesex be desperate to not give him another. Far end.
Oh, Holman was like, that was a loose throw, wasn't it? Just slipped out.
It's one of those that the striker's calling yes, yes, and you think, whoa, are we sure? Go on, I'll go. And you buy into it, and then you just got to commit to it. Now then, so we're one ball away from needing a bowling change at this end. You've got a seamer so far who's not been used, and the captain's a spinner. What do you think they're doing?
I mean, at some point you do need to get an idea on what it will do for the spinners. Captains, of course, can always underbowl themselves, though. It's the problem when you've got a bowling skipper. 20 done, 64 for 5. And there you go. 3 for 26 from his 10. Could be a match-winning performance, that, from Code. But Middlesex will know another 100 runs somehow with the 5 that they've got left. And that will give them something to bowl at.
Well, Cody's completed his spell, got a good hand of applause, and wandered straight off to the dressing room to go and change his kit and have a towel down. 10 overs off the reel.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the right call as well. I think, you know, the pitch and the hard ball will be obviously it's most dangerous for the bowlers at this stage. Oh, it's gone. And it goes onto the stumps. And that has been the story of the day for Middlesex. Trying to force the matter on this surface is very, very difficult.
Bounces a little bit big. Big chunk of inside edge. And onto the base of leg stump. Works so hard, you can just see frustration as he strides off.
Well, as we said, it's that kind of day where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Here at Radlett today from a batting perspective. Difficult one. 10 from 30 for Holman. He'll be disappointed. Here comes Roland Jones, who's produced some absolutely brilliant performances over the years with the bat. And probably his finest hour was indeed against Yorkshire at Scarborough, 2016. And then Tim Murtagh smashing the ball to all parts, and then Murtagh, Roland Jones and Finn going out to bowl out Yorkshire that afternoon. An incredible day of cricket it was. They need he and Fernandez now somehow to, well, muster 20 overs between them, and whatever they get in that 20 overs. I did say if they could just get, they could just nudge up to power play 3. Take what runs you can in that time. Only 4 fielders back. Hope that the bowling changes may help.
I'm still asking myself what's a good score here. If you bowl well, there's still something there.
I think the problem is for Middlesex, any side that isn't chasing 120 in a 50 over game, they're going to be really kicking themselves, aren't they? And 120 even from here now is obviously in doubt for Middlesex. Something to bowl at for me, 150. You've got something on the board then if you can have a good start. But what Middlesex have clearly got to say to Yorkshire when they get out there is, you've got to find the runs. Don't give them anything easy. They've just got to keep hitting the top of off stump. And well, the rest is over to Yorkshire.
Well, it's interesting that the second slip has just gone wider to gully. So it's 1 slip and a gully for Roland Jones, the new man.
All the chatter in the field for Yorkshire.
You don't need to mic up Harry Duke behind the stumps, do you? I think everyone in the ground can hear him. And I would suggest that's the point.
Nearly another one. Little inside tickle gets Roland Jones off the mark. Tumble for Mills for his effort. Nicely steered by Fernandez again. Pretty cool out in the middle. And we were starting to touch on Fernandez earlier. There's a real opportunity here for him just to spend some time in the middle, which he's not had much of this season. And I think almost absolutely now the case is just bat as long as you can. Counter-attacking cameos are, well, Roland Jones again, damned if you do, damned if you don't. He might, but for Fernandez, he can very much be forgiven just batting for as long and as hard as he can. That's a lovely shot, but he's only going to get a couple for it at best. They've got through for the single. No, they're not going to get back for the second. Hand on it. Saving that one, getting away for 4. It's a good stop by Bess.
End of the over, 21 gone, 67 for 6. So now we're going to get our first bowling change from the pavilion end. Yeah, I mentioned net run rate earlier, and oh, hang on, that's far more important than net run rate.
Decisions. What's he eyeing up here? One flake, two.
Oh.
What's the difference with the third one along? Single? Oh,
double
it's a
flake.
It's a waffle. Single, double. Single with a waffle. Double with a waffle. Double with a single flake. Or double with a double flake. No prizes for guessing which one I'd go for.
Oh, hang on, have a look at that bad boy that's about to be handed over.
What's he gone for?
Forget the cricket, we need to stay on this.
Oh, he's gone for the double-double.
Look at the state of that.
Now, is that two or is it the double-double? Oh, no, it's a quadruple. No wonder he's smiling. He hasn't paid for it yet.
So what's he going back for then? So it's George Hill who finally gets the nod. So it is still Seam. Yeah, I was about to make a point about net run rates before we got rudely interrupted by ice creams. And the point being that this backs up what you were talking about, letting Fernandez just bat and bat and bat. If Middlesex get bowled out in 40 overs, your net run rate is worked out as if you'd batted the 50 overs, irrespective of the fact that you haven't. So therefore, they really don't want a big defeat. Guided.
It's the one slip in place now.
So that again backs up the points. Eke out as much of this as possible. And we touched on earlier about the fact that there's 3 teams all with the same points, therefore net run rate comes into it. Somerset are the 3rd side on 12 points. They're just coming to the end of the 28th over of their innings, batting at Taunton against Warwickshire. They're 127 for 2. .22 gone. 68 for 6.
it's hit in the air, but it's safe. Now, there's the outfield bobble at Radlett. When it's a tough one, Moriarty. He's done well there, hasn't he? Ouch. Or exactly, yes. Ouch.
It's the thing, isn't it? When the outfield is so dry as this, it only takes one little divot and then it bakes in. And you've got to watch it so carefully as a fielder.
Former Surrey man, of course, Dan Moriarty. Wait for it. Just there. Ah, that's horrible. Oh, it wasn't his cheek, it was his chest. Even still.
It was milking it. Milking it. Anyway, Premier League football's back. I don't know what made me think of that. Ladies and gentlemen, halfway through the 23rd over, we have no slips in play. Adam Lyth has just gone out to a gully position.
Nicely done. That's a really good shot, and it'll be one of the shots of the day, that from Fernandez. Wristily whipped square of the wicket for 4.
All wrist, that wasn't it? But again, with the deep backward square, long leg fielder being the only one out there, and there is mid-wicket and mid-on. So if you get it right, it's a safe shot.
Just the single. Growing in confidence though, Fernandez. As we said, once you can get past the new ball, then things do change. 2 new balls, one at either end, but they go soft very quickly, the white balls. So it then becomes a chance. That was why Code bowled through 10 this morning. Off the pads. That'll do. And this is what we were talking about in terms of just time in the middle. Just bat as long as you can, as many overs as you can, and just let that accumulation happen. Just give Yorkshire some doubt in the chase. And say 150, 160. I mean, to get up from 180 to 180 from here is going to be pretty tough. But if they did get to somewhere around 180, they'd just start to feel as though they've actually got a chance, Middlesex, rather than just something to bowl at, which somewhere around 140, 150 would be.
Well, do you know what? I'm going to take this as a little moral victory. We're about to start an over now with no slips in place. Just now, Yorkshire is starting to spread the field a little bit. There's a fielder going out to deep mid-wicket.
Bumps back. Allows them to get through for the single. Oh, careful on those throws.
But you know what I mean? The fact that they're just, Yorkshire, just their mindset has just shifted ever so slightly. It'd be really easy to keep on attacking at 79 for 6, because Middlesex, they've not hit them off their lengths, they've not sort of forced them into changes.
Whipped away. All of a sudden it becomes a slightly different game, doesn't it now? The key will be not to get too carried away.
watched it all the way and helped it into the leg side. Deep mid-wickets and long leg stationed. Blythe's going to come to mid-wicket, mid-on as well. And this is where those shots now start to change things, in the fact that the field changes and now there's a few more spaces, a few more gaps. And you can pick it up that little bit more. It's almost looking more like a 50 over field in the 24th over.
Oh, wow, what a ball. That's probably the most unplayable of the lot. And Fernandez has to go. Well, we said he'd be forgiven to trying to dig in, try and bat the overs, but goodness me, what do you do about that?
Around the wicket. He thinks it's coming into him. He's looking to play to mid-on. Chunky edge just goes through to the keeper and Duke takes the catch. 84 for 7.
Now does the game change for Toby Rowland-Jones?
Well, it's officially drinks.
So 28 for Robson, the top score so far from 37, but that ball to remove Fernandez just now tells all of the story of the 23.5 overs that we've had so far. And Fernandez really was settling in to do his very, very best, but he's been done by a bew. And there have been a fair few of those served up today. 3 for 26 Code, White 1 for 27 from his 6. Code obviously ripping the heart out really of the top order, but when Hill then comes on fourth change and produces the best ball of the day so far, that tells you just how tough it's been out there for the batters today.
Well, it was a perfunctory drinks break, wasn't it? Yorkshire didn't want to pause for long.
That's why. That's ball of the over. Poor old Brooks had to wait a lot. I'm quite sure that's right. Is it to take the drinks break when Brooks then has to wait all that time for his first ball? Is it not a case of finish the over? And it feels a little unfair on the batter that the drinks break's taken one ball left to the over. And he's got that long agonising wait. But it was another good one from Hill. And now you wonder, well, for a long while now it's been pretty much damned if you do, damned if you don't, hasn't it? And it's in the batter's hands to take it where they want to take it, whether it's survival and try and bat the overs, or whether it is try and open up and grab some runs. And well, if there's anyone for grabbing quick runs, it's Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, it's Rojo long handle time, isn't it? Calculated, not indiscriminate. Right. A bowling change. And Moriarty to give it some tweak. Now this will be interesting. We've seen plenty off of the seam. Is it also going to go for the twirly man?
Nice start. Straight onto the spot. Oh, that's another good one. A little bit of bite there for Moriarty. Where's his take on the bat? For me, it was right up there. You go. It was nearly on the gloves, that, wasn't it?
Probably no surprise. Lie that slip. Well, that's that old saying, isn't there, that if it seams, it'll spin. Because it just implies that the twine of the ball is gripping into the surface.
It's a hybrid pitch, this one, and hybrids so often are associated with batting paradises, aren't they? Middlesex have a good record of batting first year and winning. But as you say, there's been plenty in it for the bowlers today. It's a good start from Moriarty. He's just left the ball there on the off stump and said to Middlesex, you do the rest. And just maybe the pitch will do a little bit for him as well, which is exactly the way to go. Solid start from him. Halfway stage reach, Middlesex 86 for 7. Has Liddy just signalled a free hit? Generous of him.
Well, certainly suggesting something or other. Not entirely sure what. I think it's another drinks break. I think the previous one was unofficial. Well, the cards so far dominated by code. Milnes has gone well as well. Sam Robson fought hard for that 28.
Yeah, it's a tough card to look at the moment for Middlesex. It's a day where you want to be chasing, but Roland Jones could change that. Joined by a guest on the mic. Tilly? Apparently Tilly's the mascot that's going to save the day today. Are you a dog person or a cat person?
Probably more dog than cat.
Good man, good answer. How do you think today's gone, Tilly? Give us a bark for a Middlesex win. Oh, she's off. I don't blame her. Camera shy. Dogs at cricket. Everything's right at the world. There's a dog around and there's a bit of cricket as well.
Well, we need the tail to wag, so why not? Hey! Hey! Hey!
More signals from the middle. The umpire signalling something now. Not sure what, but we are ready to go. So is Tilly going to be the lucky charm then? If the tail wags from here, it's all credit to Tilly, isn't it? Good shout, Macca. Leg side. Get through for a leg bye. Morning to Jonathan Doidge, Yorkshire commentator, who said at last some insight on the mic. Oh, now. Mind your windscreens. First 6 of the innings and a huge, huge blow from Roland Jones.
Well, he spotted that very early, didn't he? Great shot. Sent it on its way. Well, they're looking around. I didn't hear that telling plink sound.
Just trying to think who it was who had a windscreen done here at Radlett. I think Nick Gubbins years ago hit the side window of Toby Roland Jones's car. That was at Uxbridge. I think Overton was the bowler. There was, I'm pretty sure, a car that took a bit of damage here a year or two back.
Well, they've not found that first one, which is why we're going through the process of picking a similar one.
How far did it go?
Well, I guess it's ricocheted off of something, and therein lies the problem.
Well, the other side of that car park is another row of hedges, and if it's out into that, then it's long gone.
Well, as you can see, there's a good selection of balls. We've settled on one that we're happy with in the end. So essentially you're looking for something that's got about 12 overs use in it, isn't it? Because that's where we are. I was going to come on to this actually. We've seen it a lot with white ball and particularly red ball cricket in the last 18 months, 2 years. There's got to be a theory going around the game of what's actually happening with the balls, because we're spending so much time looking at balls, checking balls, going out of shape, all of it. There's got to be something going on. Oi, you devil.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, the umpire's picked a good one there. We said that Hill's last ball to Fernandez was the ball of the day. This one's up there with it. bounce from there. Takes the glove, the bottom hand. Roland Jones, almost a hangdog look. Resigned to the fate. There's the little tickle. The lift for Hill.
But look at it's Roland Jones. We're not talking bloke who's 5'7". I'm genuinely not sure what he's supposed to do with that.
Noah Cornwell will replace Toby Roland Jones. 16 from 20, a huge 6, and then out to a pretty unplayable ball. He couldn't quite believe it. I don't think Manny could. The hope that maybe the pitch would settle down, not come into fruition. A 93 for 8. Well, as you said, Macca, the ball is still doing something. The pitch is still doing something, and that's going to be Middlesex's hope. Another 20, certainly 30 from here. And at the rate that ball's still doing something now, then maybe there's a chance.
I mean, Toby's just made his way past us into the dressing room area. I know he's disappointed getting out, but all the others in the dressing room have got to be now getting into his ear and going, yeah, but hang on, mate, you can do that. You can bowl balls like that.
Well, both of these suit Brooks, Cornwell, Gilchrist to come. They will all be heading out there with relish at some point, but what will they have to bowl at? At the moment, it's not enough, even on a surface that's offering a fair bit. Cornwell, use of the feet. Negate that movement, bounce that you were talking about as well, Macca. The use of the feet.
Well, one big defensive block is enough to send a deep square leg out. Hill waved Imam out to the boundary.
And he wasn't even getting close to that one, was he?
From behind, please, Dan.
He's had a dabble at it, but there you go. Signalling the bounce. I reckon you see this one from behind. There's probably a good 6 inches between bat and ball there. Yeah, he's beaten it by a long, long way. Cornwell just with an afterthought, really, that dabble. What does Brooks do? Very capable batter as well. Do the pair of them try to launch from here?
Well, do they try and launch Moriarty on the grounds that he's probably not going to take one around the throat? It might be the time to go to the spinner, but that would be hitting into the breeze, or at least that's how it feels at the moment. But it may just have to be that that is the way to go today.
Just drove it onto the inside of his foot there. I think Brooks wasn't quite carrying. Oh, floats past the edge.
Yeah, trying to force off the back foot. Long on his back. Mid-off still inside the circle.
I haven't seen anything from Moriarty just yet that's really made you sit up. I'm talking it up now. The ball's going to come now, isn't it? We haven't seen one of those balls of the day yet from Moriarty, from the spinner. It's been mainly the quicks that have really made us sit up. I wonder, just milking Moriarty, is that the way for the lower order batters?
It's also interesting that an international spinner hasn't bowled a ball, the Yorkshire captain. He's letting the others do the work.
Nice bit of flight, just eased away.
It's going to run away.
And therefore it is. Cornwell off the mark. Last ball of the over. Middlesex nudged towards 100.
Well, Moriarty got very animated there, and then as you saw, gestured straight away saying, what have we not got a slip there? .98 for 8 after 27.
Hill's arguably bowled the two best balls of the day, hasn't he? Get rid of Fernandez and Roland Jones.
In fairness, there have been some very good balls bowled. Put enough in the right areas, and the pitch has done plenty. .99 for 8.
Lift again for Hill. Played it nicely, Cornwell. Go, look. Cornwell just signals that one, moves away slightly, practices the leave. But it feels like, this is why I just wonder, are they best trying to milk Moriarty for the singles, just take what runs they can off the spinner? But against the quicks, they're the ones who seem so close to ripping through Middlesex quickly, and there's only 2 more to go. Is he better, as you say, almost, even if it's using the feet for the single, but erring on the side of positivity against the quicks, I do wonder.
Well, a former Yorkshire fast bowler, Fred Truman, would have said, that's wasted on thee, son.
End of the 28th, 99 for 8. Anything from here, really, a bonus with the last 2. But oh, is he listening or is he gaming?
He's got the old gaming headset on.
Call of Duty?
I hope not.
They're the ones that are the meanest in the chat rooms, aren't they? It's the kids. They're the ones you end up in the arguments with.
Well, it's back to seam. Moriarty lasted a couple of overs, and maybe Yorkshire are feeling exactly what you thought there, Kev, that actually milking Moriarty was going to be the modus operandi. So we're back to seam. What was the best computer cricket game for you?
Ian Botham's Test Match Special was pretty good, but Brian Lara, the first Brian Lara cricket, that was the one, wasn't it? Fortunately, there was no chat rooms to get bullied by 12-year-olds back then. It was always just so tempting to hit the 6 button, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Stick cricket's great for that as well, isn't it? If it's vaguely in your half, then to use a golfing analogy, tee it high and let it fly.
Oh, gives himself room now. That's a brilliant piece of fielding at cover, but that from Brooks, it's Wharton who saved the runs, but that from Brooks, I do think that might be the safer option, is attacking the quicks.
That's a fantastic shot for North.
Yeah.
Backing away, half volley. Goes in the scorebook as a dot.
Well, Brooks can bat. Cornwell can hit it a long way. It's just for how long can these two do it. There you go. Perfect example from Brooks. Stand and deliver stuff.
3 figures reached. That's a lovely shot.
Oh. Edged and gone. There's the game in 2 deliveries, really. Milnes has a 3rd, Yorkshire have a 9th, and Middlesex are nearly done. It was another beaut. Another Yorkshire wicket. 3 for Milnes, who's at the moment got better figures than Code, but he did do it off 10 overs though. Can Milnes find the 10th? So Gilchrist, the loanee from Kent, in to help with the injuries for the Middlesex young seam attack at the moment. Slight irony of that, isn't it? You wait so long as young bowlers to get your chance, and then all of a sudden, all go down injured, and in comes a loanee. Tempted to say it's why we need to play quite a lot of cricket in this country. Weather, injuries, player development. Maybe we shouldn't start down that path, Macca.
Yeah, I'm not sure we got enough time for that. Duke's 5th catch. He's got a bit more company next to him again. 2 slips in play now for Gilchrist.
Now Cornwell can hit the ball a long, long way. Does he tee off here? Hill's bowled some beauts to him, and he's bowled 2 beauts to Fernandez and Roland Jones. Goes wide in his crease, and there's the pickup from Cornwell. Flat shot through the onside for 4. But this is where, all of a sudden, a quick cameo now from Noah Cornwell, who can hit the ball, and this, I do think he's far better now opening up. And again, down the ground it goes. That'll go all the way, I think. All the way it goes. Second 6 of the innings.
That's 10% of the total in 2 balls.
Well, this is where we've talked about in a low chase, even 130, 140. It's not quite you send out a pinch hitter, but particularly in power play 1, if somebody just goes out there and unleashes, the game could be over in a flash, and that's why something like 180 is a little bit more of a game, isn't it? Even 160, but certainly now at this stage, Middlesex would take somewhere around 130, 140, just to give them something to bowl at. Slow ball, top edged over the keeper. He just rolled his fingers on that one, didn't he? Hill's just conceded half his runs in 3 balls, hasn't he?
And they're now having a full-on proper discussion as to where to put the field. The second mid-wicket is going out. Slip is coming out. Again onto the leg side. Lyde's going in at a normal mid-wicket.
Edged and over the keeper again. 4 more. That'll do for Middlesex and for Cornwell. Anything right now, just to get them something on the board.
Well, the old phrase, you paid for the whole bat, you might as well use it. Just swing hard.
Now,
who wants it?
Up in the air. Has he held that? No.
Never even got
No.
a hand on it. And then nearly a run out. Lythe was underneath it, but was never actually close. It was swirling around. You see there, he's having to see the sun and also take into account the breeze, and he's almost run round it in the end.
That's a tough one, that. Straight into the sun, isn't it? But there you go. There's nearly...
Oh, my
it's
goodness.
gone by a long way. Well, that would have been a horrible way for it to finish. Now, can Gilchrist block out a ball for his mate? 1-2-2 for 9. Another over of this, and Middlesex just start to feel like they've got something. Can Hill do for Gilchrist, though? Oh, very nearly. Lovely ball, beats him, all ends up. Possibly the bounce there saved Gilchrist, otherwise that could have been taking the top of off.
So 30 overs gone, 122 for 9. Yeah, double it. 144 for 18. I'm not sure that's going to quite work in this situation. Well, they really are scattered now. Long leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, all on the leg side. Third is still out on the boundary.
Smeared, but only to mid-arm, rejecting the single, rightly so. It's Cornwell's game now, to do with as he wishes. 3 for Milnes, 3 for Code, a couple for Hill.
Bit of confusion because Duke's just brought third up and they are going to leave him up. Oh,
That's away for 4 more. Slips out from Milnes. That wasn't far from being a no ball. That was close to being a no ball. In fact, I think he might have got away with one there.
does the fact that the batter's backed away so far and he goes so early come into the equation there? Because it's danger, isn't it? I'm just trying to think why that would not be called. I mean, it can't be dangerous if it's 3 feet away from you, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, on first look I thought it must have been close, and then on second and third look it probably was a no ball, but it wasn't a shocker of a miss from the umpire, I don't think, on that occasion. It was tight enough to say fair play. Get back for a couple.
You don't.
Only got one. It's a small ground here, I have to admit I was following the ball. Couple of balls then for Gilchrist to survive.
That might well have been the thinking. Actually, 2 balls, I can survive that. You get down there, we may not get the opportunity to then get them to swap ends.
Oh, wow.
Got to be an even number, hasn't it? Got to be an even number.
It was almost a gasp from the crowd there. It's almost a gasp from the commentator. Saw him go early. Gilchrist's. Cornwell 28 from 17. He's got to get his head down for this ball, hasn't he, Gilchrist's?
Yeah,
one more over of Cornwell and this game could change.
Yeah, now's the one to block, isn't it?
Well, backs away again. And that's the end of it. 129 all out. Gilchrist the last to go. Milnes has a 4th. And Yorkshire put in a fair performance here with the ball. As Cornwell's cameo done enough for Middlesex at the end. 28 from 17.
Yeah, backed away. Was trying to score. Maybe playing for the guy at the other end on another day would have been the option, but I guess if you've seen something that you can think you can score off.
Well, 1:30 is the target then. Short break here at Radlett, so Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Handel, will be back pretty soon here on the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. Do join us back just under 30 minutes time. Yorkshire chasing 130 to win. Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Radlett for the chase in this Metro Bank One Day Cup match. The live stream from Radlett, brought to you by Middlesex in association with Alphabet. And Kevin Hand alongside me is Andrew McKenna. And, well, 31 overs the Middlesex innings lasted, 129 all out. And that topped up heavily at the end by Noah Cornwell with his 28. Gilchrist the last to go for Middlesex, who will be hoping that they can make a similar kind of start. 5 for 3 they were reduced to at the top, and well, Yorkshire, I'm sure they'll come out with a very different plan in mind and try and go hard in this power play and take a big chunk out of a modest target of 130 on what has been a tricky surface. I think we'll have a fair idea pretty quickly whether this one's going to be close or not.
I did like Middlesex's approach though, just before the interval. They were trying to get the fielders out and warmed up and ready. In the old days, if you sort of got bowled out this early, you'd actually start the second innings, have however many overs to get you through to the official close time, and then you'd have the interval. So I quite like what Middlesex were trying to do, because obviously getting a batter a little bit of a start and then having to go off again just makes it that little bit more tricky, but sadly the regulations don't say that anymore. So then, well, it's set up as a Toby Rowland-Jones kind of afternoon, and Lyth and Imam ul-Haq will know that as much as anyone.
Well, top of off stump has surely got to be the order of the day here for the quartet of seamers that Middlesex have in this game. Right on the spot, first ball. That's where he wants to stay. Anything that the pitch offers thereafter, or any little bit of swing.
Now, 2 slips. At times we saw Yorkshire go with 3 slips, but 2. It's that balance between attacking and not leaving so many enormous holes. You give Yorkshire a flyer. You've got to take wicket. You're not going to restrict them. You're going to have to bowl them out. It's an interesting balance between attack.
Bit of bounce in that. The one thing I'd say is that, or I'd wonder, the one thing I'd wonder would be, as you see that one's flown across Lyth there, the order for Middlesex has surely got to be stay on the stump, so don't give them any width. So in terms of that balance, if you're on the stumps, you've got to protect those runs on the onside, haven't you? Ow! Well, that is what Middlesex needed. Something early on just to put it into the minds of Yorkshire that this pitch is still the same one they were bowling on a couple of hours ago.
Well, first over, Cracknell got one that took him amidships. 2 and a bit hours later, 3 hours later, Lyth gets one that comes back and takes him on the thigh pad. Yeah, scoreboard pressure's not going to really come into it, but what you can potentially do is play on the fact that 10, 20, 25 balls and you've only got 6 or 7 or maybe 8, and they might just be drawn into something a little bit injudicious.
Hedged. Oh, he got a glove to it. That was a great attempt by Cracknell. He's going to beat Fernandez as well. Yorkshire are off the mark, but Middlesex were nearly up and running.
It's a cracking effort. It's the sort of thing that you need to stick from a Middlesex point of view. You're not going to get that many opportunities. Fernandez inside the circle. That fine leg, not able to cut it off.
Good finish to the over as well. Middlesex had that one strangle, Jack Davies down the leg side. Middlesex nearly had one in the first over. 4 without loss, Yorkshire. But yeah, just going back to what you're saying, I think you're absolutely right. It's that balance, isn't it? This could, in the power play, get away from Middlesex very, very quickly. In 10 overs, even a modest power play, they could be very close. At very least halfway. That statement needs to be made by Middlesex with the ball pretty quickly. We saw that with, well, pretty much all of the deliveries in that Roland Jones over. Can Gilchrist start in the same fashion?
Well, Imam's doing some pretty high quality stretching at the moment. He's now finished that and settles in over his bat for Gilchrist to start his run. Mentioned earlier, but Imam's been in unbelievable form. 331 runs in 3 games in this competition, 200s and a 50. And missed the game against Somerset 3 days ago because of a bit of a hip niggle.
Oh, that's a good start.
Still something there. Good areas, isn't it? That's what it's about. That's good carry.
I think all of the Middlesex bowlers, they've got that ability, as we saw from Yorkshire as well, to extract the bounce from this surface. Cornwell, Brooks, Gilchrist in on loan. Oh, wow. Well, this is a real test. Yorkshire are not going after this in the way that we wondered if they would in the power play, or they're not yet anyway, whether they'd gamble a wicket or two to try and take a chunk out of this target. Now there's a little bit of width. That's what Middlesex can't afford any width, and they will throw the bat at it.
High quality batter playing a high quality shot. It's not that much width, but he stays in, punches it back with a point. That's now the second over. The thing has contained a boundary ball. The required rate is only 2.5.
Good response to finish the over from Gilchrist. A little bit of shape back in to Imam. 8 without loss after 2. It's a solid start. But there's been enough warnings there in those first 12 deliveries from Roland Jones and from Gilchrist that Middlesex are up for this. They will make it as difficult as possible, this chase. See, from there it's basically saying high-risk shots to score runs. Even as we saw with Sam Robson just trying to push a 1 or a 2 here or there. Just drops a fraction short and he's punished by live. That's where the margin for error is not there. Yorkshire will sit in and they'll wait for something that they can get at. A little short, a little wide as well, which just allowed him, I think, that freedom to open up to that one.
That's where you've got to be, isn't it? That's where you've got to be. That's where, if we're winding the clock back 3 hours, that's where Yorkshire were for, geez, virtually all of the deliveries in the first few overs.
That's gorgeous timing. Rocks back, eases it away.
That's a heartbreaker. That's just a push. Up the hill, push. And Davis hasn't got within 3 metres of that in the end. He's timed the cover off of that. Well, it's going to be an interesting afternoon for Ben Geddes, of course, as a young captain. When the opposition are 50 for 7 or 50 for 8, it's amazing how many people have got great ideas and they're constantly coming up to you. It's when it's a bit more tricky that sometimes you need a little bit of help.
That's a lovely ball again. End of the third over. Solid start for Yorkshire and a couple of sweet shots for Lythe. 16 without loss. Yeah, I think Geddes will just hope at the moment, won't he, that for the start of this innings, Roland Jones and Gilchrist are able to set the tone. The Middlesex, of course, were 5 for 3 after 3. And there you see a little bit of width and they'll throw the bat at it now. Where is there element of thought in cricket, of course, that you hang on out there often enough, then a batter will nick it off, but Middlesex haven't got the runs to play with here. You can go toe to toe with Yorkshire. They've got to be tight on that off stump. Apologies, by the way, that one of our cameras is down at the moment, so we haven't got the front on when Gilchrist is bowling. But at either end, that one would look good.
That's what we said earlier on, wasn't it? Just put enough balls in the right area. This surface will give you something in return. Middlesex just haven't been able to extract the wicket in the way that Yorkshire did.
He's not left the spot. Nearly. That's what 5-dot balls can do. The 6 nearly brings the mistake. 16 without loss. A maiden. We never got one in the first innings in the end, did we? Wasn't easy enough to make.
First maiden of the match. Oh, can they back it up with another one? That's another beauty. I think he's got very close to hitting a wide there. Jeez, that's another good leave.
Well, this is the game at the moment, isn't it, for Middlesex? Can they hang enough balls there that will dry up the runs and then might bring an error?
I was just thinking, actually, it's an interesting balance between bowling your best bowlers, because you're the best bowlers, or actually then chopping and changing almost T20 style, hunting the breakthrough. And you've got to give bowlers a chance to actually get into some rhythm, but at the same time you don't want to leave a bunch of overs unbowled, if you like, with another bowler, because as we said earlier, you're not going to restrict, you're going to have to bowl them out, so you've got to find 10 wicket balls from somewhere. It's that balance between holding your nerve, saying no, we're doing the right thing, and then constantly chopping and changing.
One slips out and a wide it is. No ball called. So a free hit. Is it a no ball? It's gone up on the screen, but it's gone back down. I didn't see the umpires call it. Maybe it was just put in an error. Not a no ball. Not a free hit. Standing leave again. Very good cricket all round. 17 without loss after 5 Yorkshire.
It's a minor thing, but I do like the way that the rest of the fielders are selling it as well. There's a lot of oohs and ahs, relatively speaking, to a player of that quality. Actually, Lyth or Imam ul Haq, there's quality players out there, but they're selling it pretty hard. That you better, if you're going to leave that, you better get it absolutely right. I like the way that Middlesex are doing that.
Shot locked and froze for a while. Yeah. Crunched away. Slight technical problem. Where's Fletch?
Was just trying to sort cut Greg out. So we've not got a working scissor lift that end, and we've not got power this end. No. Other than that,
can we roll the scissor lift around that end?
Zero statics. On 4. Yeah. Thank you. Right.
Nice leave again.
Power line, aren't we? So will it be like in the match rest room on the desk or something? Yeah, Greg, I need you to do what you were doing. On 4. Mate, I just need you to follow it through because I'm not.
See a couple of slips there. Sam Robson, Josh DeCary's in the background alongside Joe Cracknell. That was the top 3, 5 for 3 Middlesex. Robson was the top scorer though, hanging around for a good while before another of the Yorkshire snorters. End of the 6th, the boundary to begin. 21 without loss. Two former England openers, Lyth and Robson. Round the wicket now to lie Roland Jones. Lovely ball. As you can see, there's still plenty in it, but it's a different pressure in the chase. Yorkshire have seen what's happened already, and their batters can go out there and learn from that. I know it's going to be tough. Middlesex, I suggest, would have been taken slightly aback by just how much the hybrid pitch was doing this morning. Nice shot. Get us with the chase. Good work as well. We've seen it's been a bobbly surface, the outfield today. Parched, dry surface. Causing problems for the fielders, but a couple for Lyde. 23 without loss after 7. quite time it, but straight enough for the fielder. A good push in the end for 4. It's watchful from Hythe.
Yeah, one of those that wasn't properly hit, but he gets enough of it, and more importantly, gets it towards the gap. It's the difference between the 2 innings so far.
Oh, what a follow-up that is.
And there's also the difference. Those were getting nicked 3 hours ago.
So I just think it was a good toss to lose, because it's not easy to get wickets even on a tough surface. If a batter's out there with the mind that they're selling their wicket high, they know they don't have to go anywhere quickly, they've just got to survive. 8 overs in, wicketless. Column is not what Middlesex would have expected there next to the total.
Well, having posed the question earlier about sticking and twisting with bowling changes, I think after 8 overs, you've not had a breakthrough. I would be looking sooner rather than later. And that's nothing against Gilchrist or Roland Jones, but if they keep waiting, well, then they'll wait till the end of the game almost. Here's your first change. Makes sense.
Yeah, they need a wicket, don't they? They need a purple patch from somebody to try and blast an opening here, put some doubt into Yorkshire's minds. This is the difference between 160, 180 having been set. That required rate just 2.33.
As you made the point earlier, George Hill came on, ended up with 2 for 33 and bowled probably the 2 best balls of the innings. He was second change. Matt Mills came on and took 4 for as first change, so there's no point, even with brilliant starts, you need to get the other guys into the game.
Gets away with that one. Cornwell just over pitching. Now, there you go. It's the kind of ball they need to see early from Cornwell. With the game, it's away with it. Couple of balls that have just slipped out in the first 4 for Cornwell. He's got away with them. Chance now for him to really tighten it up like the others. Really is all about the top of off stump for Middlesex, and then hope.
Well, Conwell and Holman have led the way so far with the wickets in this competition with 5 apiece. Toby Rowland-Jones has got 4. Cries going around the field, bang, bang. 1 brings 2 and all of that.
Maiden for Cornwall. It just goes to show what's possible out there for Middlesex at the moment. Yorkshire treating this as they should, like a first-class game. They're showing full respect to the seam attack. 1 over left to the power play. Don't think that will see a significant change in the field placings for Middlesex. Keeping it tight as they're doing. It's pretty much the only way. Gilchrist has 1 more. I was wondering whether that chat at the end of the last over may have been take a blow for now. It's 2 straight unpunished.
Yeah, 2 full, 2 straight. Lyth just waits on it. Turns it through straight mid-wicket.
No, beats the edge. We had a perfect angle of that from behind. Probably the best ball of the innings so far.
I think you can take probably out of that. That is an absolute beauty.
It's his 5th over. Might have bought him another one, that, if he can keep a few more there. And that goes flying down to deep third. Oh, and a fumble. Second bounce. And a bobble.
What we were saying earlier about these hard, dry, dusty outfields can just sometimes bobble a little bit on you. And it is sloping, as Brooks is looking there, away to his left, but then also down towards him as well, with some little ridges. So it is not. It might look a beautiful, smooth, flat pitch. It's not.
Oh boy. Well, that's the shot of the innings.
Doesn't need many words adding to that, does it?
Well, we did say even a modest power play, they could be halfway there, not quite.
Well, they're only 9 ahead of Middlesex in terms of the runs, but obviously 3 wickets better off. I'll say again, I think there have been some good deliveries bowled. They've just not turned into wicket-taking deliveries.
Go. We haven't seen that many in this innings where the batters have played it as though the ball's really exploded off the surface. Again, just something to be put in their minds. Catch went up, but that's a lovely whip from Lyth.
In control all the way, wasn't he? Even with one leg in the air.
Score of the day comfortably now for Lyth on 38. Cornwell's top up at the bottom for Middlesex. Looking as though it's not going to be enough, unless he can now do something brilliant with the ball. Tucked up by that one, just came back in slightly. Brings up the 50 partnership for the opening pair.
Should be a couple. No. Good work in the field. Keeps it to 1. We mentioned earlier on, this is second against first in the table. Also got third against fourth with Somerset, Warwickshire. Somerset have posted 309 for 8 from their 50 overs. Warwickshire yet to reply. Kent, who are bottom of Group B of this competition, posted 315 for 8 against Lancashire.
Oh, going for the same again. That one doesn't quite get up, and it does for Cracknell as well. Just looks as though it's not going to be Middlesex's day.
Oh, it died and rolled on Cracknell, didn't it? $11 gone, 55 without loss. So Durham, the only side not playing today in Group B. Northants taking on Sussex in the other game. Northand's 295 for 8 in the book from their 50. As you can see, Brooks into the attack.
Leg side first up. Leg side second up as well. Wide signal on this. Started up a little too straight here, hasn't he? Leg by signal on that one.
That's 4 balls this over that have all been leg stump or just outside. And the only fielder on the leg side inside the circle is at mid-on. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's the line, isn't it? Yorkshire deserve huge credit for the way they bowled this morning. It was relentless. They were at Middlesex. There was no let up at all. In the end, there was no way back. As I said, the difficulty for the Middlesex bowlers is Yorkshire have got their foot off the gas here. Oh, it's gone! Taking a backward point. Davies, no gloves, no need. A fine grab. Wasn't the easiest, but he made it look so. Good innings from Lythe, but Middlesex have their breakthrough.
Well, Lythe is very disappointed because he's picked out the man there and also one of the smaller fielders. But it's a good grab. Right on the edge of the circle, and that is exactly what Middlesex needed. They just needed a breakthrough some way, somehow. Great work by the camera crew, by the way.
How they needed that. It's likely to be too little too late, but Lythe was the man doing the majority of the damage. Will Luxton it is.
Well, that whole thing that they always, you know, 1 brings 2 and all that, you can't get 2 till you've got 1. And that, so now they've got the 1. Now let's find out whether it brings 2. Got someone new to the crease. Now, obviously, there's no rush for Luxton here. But everyone's a little nervous the first couple, doesn't matter who you are. Luxton's made 77 runs in his 4 innings. Sorry, 127 runs in his 4 innings so far this competition, with a best of 77.
End of the 12th, 59 for 1. This really is the bite point, isn't it? If they were able to turn 1 into a clutch, talk about turning 1 into 2, but much like that Middlesex innings, and Yorkshire just getting a few going, grouped together, that's what Middlesex have got to do. Group a few together here quickly. Controlled by Imam. It's rolling the wrists for a single.
Good player, Imam, isn't he? I know Darren Goff, during his time with Yorkshire recently, spent an awful lot of time in and around Pakistan trying to establish contacts and working relationships. Yorkshire have had some good overseas players from Pakistan in recent times.
Yeah, Middlesex were 43 for 3. That's when it really started to go wrong. Then there was suddenly 64 for 6. Of course, 5 for 3 at the top. It was a rough start, but recoverable. $64 for 6 less so. So this really is that opening at one end now. If they could do what Yorkshire did on 2 occasions, they took 3 quickly, didn't they? Middlesex clearly at this point need to take 4 quickly.
Well, I mean, they're nearly halfway there, aren't they, for the loss of 1. So you're absolutely right. It needs to be sooner rather than later.
It's a glorious, glorious shot by Imam. Just showing the full face of the bat, easing the ball down the ground.
It's at best a punch. It's barely that, though. It's putting the bat there and using all of his quality and timing and skill.
Singles taken. Oh, well, would he have gone? That's the length, though, that Cornwell is going to be at his most testing here. It's top of off, just finding that extra bit of lift. Sort of pitch you're particularly happy getting forward to, unless it's a half volley.
I'm just glad Cornwell's all right. Their arms and legs going in all directions on the floor there. Very easy to hurt yourself.
Just like you on the dance floor, Macca. 13 bowled, 66 for 1.
I'm looking around thinking, what can Middlesex do? Do you know what I mean? But they've just made 2 bowling changes relatively recently, so you can't go changing that. Is there anything they could do funky with the fields? Randomly putting a silly point or a short leg or just something random that might get into the batters' heads.
It's the deep square set back. Luke Holman, long leg back as well. Have gone with the 4 back, haven't they? Just the one slip in place.
I was just thinking actually about Holman being out there, and I didn't mind him being out if Imam's taking on the short ball. What I didn't want him doing was just riding it for a nice straightforward come one. Out!
And he's nicked it. There's that bounce again. It's been doing for batters all day, and it's done for Luxton now. Brooks has 2.
Did bounce again, didn't it, as well? It doesn't look a great shot on replay, but it got through. There's quite a big nick on it. We could hear it from down here at third. And we said, you can't get 2 till you've got 1. Well, here's now 2. Now does number... Let's be greedy. Let's go for 3 and 4.
So Luxton's done. Brooks has his second, Yorkshire 67 for 2. Walter, the new batter, to come out and join Imam. That would be the one now if they were able to get rid of Imam and have 2 new batters. And you always talk about 1 brings 2, but it is the kind of day whereby wickets have really gone in clusters, and it does need to be a case of 1 brings 4 at the moment. 70 for 4 all of a sudden might be interesting. Two for 4 Brooks from 1.3. Shades of the start to the Middlesex innings there for the Yorkshire bowlers. What can he follow it up with? It's a good start. Right back on the spot to Wharton. I mean, the other way to put it is if Yorkshire were to lose it from here, they would be livid. Absolutely livid if they were to lose it from 67 for 2. However, what Middlesex must think is the anomaly today is that opening stand between Imam and Live. Oh, and there you go. He's gone. He's got 2 in the over. He's got 3 in his first 11 deliveries. And Brooks might just be bowling Middlesex back into this. Over. Watch the batter's reaction. Watch him look back at the pitch now. Yeah, I think he has hit that. Yeah, he has. I think the batter's reaction gives it away. We're just pondering, did he definitely get a nick on that? Was it the thigh as it went through? But I just think there was a little reaction in the batter that suggested he did.
Well, Harry Duke walks out for his 3rd innings in his 5th game, having made 17 runs, so he's lightly batted so far in this tournament. I can see a little bit of light coming through that door we were talking about shoving over earlier, Kev.
Well, as we said, you talk about one turning into two, you can't really talk about one turning into four in general in cricket, but it is that kind of day today. We said that somebody for Middlesex has just got to get that door open somehow, and it is Brooks. All of a sudden it lifts the whole bowling unit, doesn't it? Now Yorkshire did this from the off. 5 for 3 Middlesex, whereas Code was ripping through them at the top. Well, Brooks has 4 for 3 and 1.5. And he has the final ball of his second over to bowl to Duke. And he's right on the spot, isn't he, Brooks? Well, he looks in the mood today. This is the man that Middlesex signed from Warwickshire with plenty of promise, plenty of potential. And he's shown a fair bit of it in his first couple of overs. 67 for 3.
This ground feels very different all of a sudden. There's a buzz about it. You heard the applause at the end of the over. You heard the fielders. You know, we mentioned earlier about selling it hard with some of these appeals and the oohs and the ahs, but this is now genuine. They're getting into the batters' ears. Now this is an interesting call. Rojo back. Might be worth an exploratory 1 or 2.
Might have misheard it, but I think somebody in the field just said you need to get angry at something here, Rolo. See, Middlesex is Incredible Hulk. You won't like him when he's angry.
Well, I'm happy to take a single off the first ball of the over, so the new batter Duke is straight away exposed.
Just a little bit of whip there. Duke leaning into it. Remember, Robson had one like that, just looking to push a single, pushing outside the off stump. He went a couple of balls later playing at the same one that just nipped away from him. They've got to keep the squeeze on Yorkshire now, haven't they? That's what they've really got to do. Imam 21 off 35. He's played it beautifully, but if you think he's got a couple of gorgeous drives away in that time as well, a cut as well for 4. So with the majority of his deliveries, the runs aren't flowing for Imam either. If Middlesex can dry it up now, then can they turn that 3 column into a mini collapse, which brings this game right back into the balance.
He's hit 3 boundaries, so you take 12 off. So in other words, he's got 9 from 32 balls.
Yeah, exactly that. So that's where Middlesex will be a little bit disappointed that there have been a few 4 balls. Now look, it's cricket, it's not perfect. Bowlers will serve up an odd loose one, but that for me was slightly the difference between the start of the Middlesex innings and the start of the Yorkshire innings. But yes, I do think that bowling at 11 o'clock this morning found far more assistance for Yorkshire than with the sun belting down now. High up on the inside leg.
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, had a couple of those today.
And then the leave. No, he was fishing at that one earlier in the over, wasn't he? Just pushing it outside the off stump. But the leave at the end just tells you a little bit about the mindset. Yorkshire know this is not going to be easy. It ain't going to happen quickly now, even if it is to be a Yorkshire win. If they could pick up that man-in-man, then we really could be on for a low-scoring thriller. 68 for 3. There's the one that served up. We are in power play 2 though, so 4 fielders allowed back on the ropes.
And in fairness, if you're going to bowl that, then he's actually bowled it to his field, because Fernandez did not have to move left or right.
Oh, wow. It was nearly an almighty mix-up in the middle. That's not something that Yorkshire need to offer Middlesex's way right now. Chatter in the field's brilliant. All that pressure building. We heard this from Yorkshire though, didn't we? I did wonder whether Middlesex would have the chance to build this kind of pressure. They do now. We said this is their moment. Can they grab it? Ouch. We saw Josh DeCarey struck by one of those and it went down off his elbow onto the stumps. But bounce has been hard all day, hasn't it? We talked about one with Jack Davies, I think it was, trying to swing across the line, and the bounce is not quite there for you. The flat batted shots come with a much higher risk. So by bowling at the stumps and saying, go on, hit it off the stumps, that's how you're going to have to score. Oh, very nearly. Tails up at the moment, Brooks. This may well be as good a spell of bowling as I've seen him produce for Middlesex.
This has got the feel of a short form white ball game about it, in the fact that almost every ball is an event at the moment. Even the defensive shots are still an event. And the fielders are very much making that noise to reinforce that particular fact.
Well, that's where Lyth played a beaut, because we talked about potentially one batter or maybe two in the power play for Yorkshire going out there and really opening up, try and maximise power play 1 and take a big chunk out of it. He didn't go recklessly at it.
No, he ended up with 39 from 42, 9 fours, so a strike rate of just under 93.
Well, that was it, the 9 fours. He just put away the bad balls. None of those were reckless, high-risk shots. Oh, that tails in again. 16th over. Now, look, will this ball continue to offer assistance to Middlesex, and for how much longer? That's going to be the key as well, but there's certainly something out there at the moment. 16 bowls. Yorkshire 69 for 3.
Well, to use the commentary euphemism, I'm really waiting to see a replay of that one, because that looked very close. Nope, not as close as I first thought, but it's done plenty when you see where Cracknell's taken that.
But it's the movement, isn't it? And it's the doubt that that creates. As we say, Imam's batting beautifully, but not particularly going anywhere quickly. However, they dearly love his wicket right now. But Duke none from 11. Robson had quite a similar start, if you remember at the top. It was about 12 or 13 balls to get off the mark. And there's Roland Jones on the spot again.
Well, still to come, George Hill. Dom Betts is obviously more than handy with the bats. It's interesting that, because originally Duke on the batting order was due to come in at 7, so intriguing that he's made his way up.
It's a lovely looking shot from Imam. It's a great stop by the carers, but that just goes to show you Imam's not going hard at that. Guy's faced 38 deliveries. In white ball cricket, you have a ball served up there, usually that's hitting the boundary board hard right now, and cover doesn't have a chance to stop it.
It's about placement, isn't he?
Just the single. As long as Imam's there, Yorkshire win this. That's going to be the great difficulty for him, because for Middlesex, because he doesn't look as though he wants to go anywhere anytime soon. He's quite happy just to play this out and take the win. A few words from Roland Jones to Duke. Off the mark, 12th ball. They were trying to get him angry, weren't they? You need to find something to get yourself angry, Toby. Get angry about something, isn't that what they said to him? That's a well run too. Cornwell's done well in the field as well. Good cricket all round. Nothing particularly wrong with the ball from Roland Jones. Another word for Duke. He's found something to get angry about.
Whatever it takes to get you going, whatever it takes to get you into the contest. Conversely, they used to say there are certain batsmen that even if they miss 6 out of 6, you never chirp them, because that might just get their beans going, and all of a sudden they start middling everything. Now, Imam wasn't ready, which was why the false start. That'll be something else that Roland Jones uses in his mental armoury.
Solid finish to the over as well. 4 off it, couple of singles, and the 2. 73 for 3, 1.73 the required rate. Modest doesn't even begin.
Roland Jones is still chirping away as he walks past. He walked alongside Duke, put his cap on, carried on with him, and has now veered off. He's still going.
A little bit of a smile there from Duke. Brooks is the man though, isn't he? 3 for 5, all 3 wickets to go for Henry Brooks. The feeling is there's a really top-class bowler in there. He's showing it today. Barely think of a ball that he's left the spot, Brooks.
Well, his best in this form of the game is 4 for 43. I mean, one more, he's comfortably going to beat that, surely. That's what he's got to be hoping for, isn't it?
He did start around the wicket, didn't he? I think it was to Lythe with a few balls that just kept tailing onto the pads. There was that one wide down the leg side, but that was his first 3 or 4 deliveries. Since that, he hasn't looked back. Oh, that's a good stop.
Magic man.
Even the old fella can't get it past him. It's this bounce, isn't it, just here. Rolls up the leg. That one was a little wider, only a single though.
That's okay, a few mistakes are only going for a single. I know there's not a huge amount of runs to play with, but keep the mistakes down to a minimum in terms of what they cost you. Holman's just had the whistle to say get loose.
No run again. See, run scoring is not easy here. If you're offline, then yes, you'll be punished, like most cricket surfaces. But even those come with a little bit of risk, as we've seen, because of the bounce. Only 4 fielders allowed back in power play 2, but even still, the boundaries hard to come by. It's another good over from Brooks. 74 for 3. Roland Jones it is to continue for now. It'll be interesting to see now. The wrist spinner might offer something different. The finger spinner, Moriarty, didn't seem to get too much purchase out there, did he? We've got Carey's and Fernandez as finger spinners, Middlesex, but maybe the wrist spinner, Luke Coleman, off the back of a good performance at Warwickshire on Friday. Maybe he's the man to throw it to. First up, though, they're looking for another Roland Jones special.
Well, he went 4 earlier. This is now his 3rd.
Edged but short. Only an advanced third slip would have had a slight chance at that.
Apart from that potential ball down the leg side, that might be the first nick that's not actually flown to a fielder today.
Pushing a long way outside off again. I fancy, mind you, maybe I'm being a little bit hard. It straightened on him, didn't it? It was angling towards off stump and then straightened. No, it wasn't even one for an advanced third. It was well short a second.
Got just enough top hand into that to send it downwards, didn't he? They're saying push. They'll make 2.
One thing at the interval, it's the way that the pitch played this morning for the Yorkshire bowlers. You'd have thought it would be a hard push to see Roland Jones going wicketless with the way this surface has panned out. There you go. There's that little bit of bounce. That's the wicket they really want as well, Imam. Former England Test bowler rolling back the years at Radlett.
It's a shot he's played a couple of times as well, Imam, and played it perfectly well, but that one just zip and bounce.
Swing that a little fuller and straighter. Gives him a look at Duke before the over's out. Served up the width, but he gets away with it. It's a good stop. Gilchrist in there.
Well, he saved 3 there, hasn't he? So it's just 5 from the over, 79 for 3.
Not so much chatter for Roland Jones to Duke at the end of that over after serving up a wide one.
Well, you can see Holman there in the near ground. So again, not going to be bowling yet. Brooks 3 for 6 from his 4. You wouldn't want to take him off. But it's now effectively, let's call it 50 for round numbers. It's going to be a point that if you don't put Holman in sooner or later, the game will be gone.
They won't get the ball out of Brooks's hand at the moment, but does Roland Jones have one more in him? How much worth on those runs at the end from Cornwall? 28 off 17 deliveries. 5 fours and a 6 that propelled Middlesex from 103 for 9 to 129 all out. Had come to the middle at well, that gets through. Width again. This time it is punished.
Crisp shot, 4 runs.
Well, I was going to say that Cornwall scored 28 of the 36 runs that were added after the fall of Roland Jones at 93 for 8. Just the single. Can Middlesex get some sort of tumble going that just creates that pressure that somebody at the end then needs to come up with something? Obviously it was something of a procession all the way through, but from 43 for 3 to 103 for 9. Six wickets for 60 runs. Middlesex obviously need to better that, but that's the kind of pressure that builds, and that's where if they could just get past Imam, there might still be a wobble to be had in this Yorkshire chase.
And that's the difference between actually saying that as a playing group and actually having experienced it. You know, he's all very well in some, you know, look, you know, we only need 4 or 5. You've seen it happen. You know it's possible on this pitch.
Someone else has got to come up with the goods as well as Brooks, though. He's not going to be able to do it on his own. And that was almost my thought for Roland Jones at the start of the innings, when you're thinking, well, you know Roland Jones is going to get you a couple. You know he's going to create something. But who's going to stand up alongside him to help build that pressure? And well, at the moment it's Brooks who needs somebody to stand up alongside him.
And that's what Yorkshire had, didn't they? Code 3 for 26, Milnes 4 for 29, Hill 2 for 33. There was no let up from them.
Yeah, it was relentless, and that's where Middlesex succumbed a little to the pressure of batting first and setting the targets. You're all of a sudden trying to work it all out at 100 miles an hour in the middle, aren't you? What's happening here? What do we need to set on this? This wasn't the plan. We wanted to bat first. Drinks being taken after 20. 85 for 3. So that, in the chase, is... You know what needs to be done. So that pressure's off. But the pressure does come in a different way if there's a wobble. And you've got the finishing line in sight.
It's almost two distinct parts of the innings, isn't there? There's the top two with Lyth and Imam, and then Luxton and Wharton.
Oh, this is the interesting one, isn't it? Can they get that little grouping of wickets that'll just tighten up that worm? You put another 3 on that board now, then all of a sudden those worms will really start to come very close together.
That one over from Cornwall, just the way that it stands out on his own.
And here he is with the ball in hand from Roland Jones. Back to Cornwell. Serves up a wide one. Holman trying to hold them to 1, but they're back for a comfortable 2, even though he's fielded it well out there.
Says a lot about the state of this game that Imam's prepared to shoulder arms at that one. First of all, that he thinks he's got the time to be able to do it, but also the confidence to leave them. Cornwall's only got to get one to slightly wobble around or misbehave.
Nice, he should just be the single. What did we say it was? 6 for 60 was the Middlesex collapse before Cornwell's runs at the end. That, of course, having been 5 for 3 at the top. Wicket and a wide, the cry. I think it was Cracknell. I love this angle here for your Nosy. Oh, Cornwell's nickname, Nos. Nosy. But the angle sending it down the leg side. Is it Cracknell? Actually, it's De Carey's. Who's the noisy one. Does come around the wicket to the right-hander an awful lot, Cornwell, particularly in white ball. Does so in Championship cricket as well.
Be interesting if he's got it in his armoury to just lower the angle on the arm a bit and go a little bit more slingy and go Yorker, because we've not seen a Yorker today yet.
Bit of Malinga
Yeah.
It's the two noises. They got excited behind the stumps. Nothing from Cornwell.
Think it was leg side-ish. Height as well. Right, over number 6 for Brooks. So here's the question then, Captain Kev. Brooks has got you 3 for. Are you going to let him bowl his 10? Are you saying, well, this will be 6? Maybe give him one more after this?
Oh, well, that might answer the question. He's looked the closest all the way through, hasn't he? Off the surface. We haven't seen that much of it in this innings, have we? Did say that the fear for Middlesex would have been that this morning at 11 was going to offer the most assistance to the bowlers.
It's Imam as well. The guy's been playing really well. And he's genuinely beaten him there.
Of the Middlesex bowlers, he is the one who's left the spot the least. See, I think a bit like Code, you'd have to go through with them here, wouldn't you? Just jinxed him. Offers one up. Long hop outside off and put away.
There is a part of me that wants to see a little bit of twirl, though. Just to see. .22 gone, 94 for 3.
Yeah, it's the tough thing, isn't it, with such a low total to defend. Almost as a skipper, you're wary of going to something else that might all of a sudden in one over just change the tempo. They've got a bit of pressure. Not a lot, but a little bit at the moment. But it's not far off, as you say, that end game now. There's Gilchrist in the background warming up.
Well, there's just been a 4-man conflab at the start of this over. De Carey's, along with Roland Jones. Cornwell as the bowler and Geddes as the skipper. Shot.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing throughout the innings, just waiting, and then putting them away.
Again, it's a punch. Just playing in the V. And once it's past Roland Jones, someone else can pick that one up. 98 for 3.
Now, where's that gone? Safely away. And that may well be the moment where the game switches irreversibly towards Yorkshire.
The 100 comes up. Arguably the first one he's not actually been in 100% control of. Imam goes to 41. It's down to double digits. 28 more needed.
And that is dismissed. Much as they're dismissing this Middlesex target now.
I think we've decided enough's enough.
Slight misfields, but a groan from the crowd as well. But I think the game, unfortunately for Middlesex, is all but gone now.
I mean, that's not great running, if we're being honest, because there was a very loud no, and then half a beat later, yes, yes, yes. Well, if your partner's switched off having heard no, fortunately, Duke responded to Imam. That's one where you can drop your mate in it. Almost playing tip and run now. Oh, 15 from the over with the ball to come.
Good over for Yorkshire. 3 boundaries to begin it. Very nearly over the line now. The top 2 in this group. Going toe to toe. Knockout blow isn't far away.
Well, they have managed to pry the ball out of Brooks's hand, and they're going back to Gilchrist.
Yeah, last throw of the dice. Forget it, isn't it? We fancy that they were unfortunately going to be a long, long way short of this being a competitive game. Only that brief burst from Brooks offered a little bit of doubt in this chase. A little bit of bounce there still. As I say, it's been the movement that just hasn't been much. That little bit of late swing that we saw, particularly through the first, well, I say the first half of the Middlesex innings, it only lasted 31 overs. And that swing was there for the most part. Seam movement. Bounce has pretty much been the same all the way through Middlesex, and they've had it on the spot. There has been that extra bit of lift. But this man in particular has played it really well. Rides the bounce of that one for a single. Moves to 49.
All right, deep in conversation again. Captain, senior, pro and bowler. Slip and a backward point in place.
Back in action here on Tuesday, Middlesex. Kent Spitfires the visitors. Looking to bounce back. £20 a ticket, I'm told. Crowd in today on a Sunday, say 4,500 at Lord's. For the one-day cup match that was played there. Good number, as you can see. Come in for this one at the out ground as well. And there's some lifts. As I say, that's been there all the way through the bounce, hasn't it? It's the movement really through the air and off the surface that's changed.
Again, not the tallest to mend you, but wow. Again, there've been a few of those with Middlesex ball in hand. The difference has just been they've not been nicked off.
Good over from Gilchrist's on 10 for 3, just 20 to win now for Yorkshire. Back in action on Friday, Yorkshire at North Marine Road, Scarborough. It's Durham. That will be a packed house. Fabulous place to watch cricket up in Scarborough. Egberth in action the same day, actually, speaking of fine grounds. Lancashire playing Warwickshire at Liverpool. It's an expensive one last up for Cornwall. Can he produce one little twist? Imam's 50 though has dented Middlesex's hopes almost fully throughout this chase. 63 balls, 6 fours, and almost complete control.
Fourth match he's played in the competition this year. Fourth time he's gone past 50. 2 of them he's gone past 100. I would venture to suggest that's a chief executive's dream. When you bring in your overseas players, you're bringing in all that experience. Boy, is he delivered. So far, no one's really found a way to get shot of him, as those numbers will suggest. 381 runs now. He was averaging 110.3 when he arrived today.
Oh, goodness me, look at that move. We talked about 160 would give them something, 180 would be challenging on this surface. That's pretty much how it's proving. Because again, even if they were chasing 160 at this stage, you put 2 on the board now, and Cornwall still finding that little bit of assistance like that. It's a tough chase. Thought about it.
Well, Kent are obviously busy with their own game today, taking on Lancashire, but I imagine there's part of their analyst corps or whatever looking at the scores from this. I'll probably watch some of this stream back and just try and get a bit of a handle for that game on Tuesday.
Looking to run it, just getting past slip, just the single. Solid defence from Imam. He's rarely looked anything other than solid in this innings. 112 for 3. Halfway stage of the overs. 18 more runs to win.
Now there's just a little bit of daylight between the scores. At 20 overs it was 21 runs difference. At the halfway stage Middlesex were 86 for 7.
Well, if we were saying at the end of that Middlesex innings just one more over of Cornwell might have made a big difference to that total. So even now another 20 run over as it was. That target was 150. Chipped up, safe, and 4 more.
Just works it off the hip. And with everyone inside the circle on the leg side, just got to get enough air underneath it to clear the fielders, and away she goes.
Ouch. Fancied there'd be a bit of pain in this chase. He's done well though, Dukes. He was obviously the man who came out there at the most pressured moment of the innings with 3 down. Brooks with his tail up. Roland Jones had plenty of chatter for him as well.
Helped around more than anything else.
On 17 for 3. Not a bad man to spend some time with in the middle.
Just Carries is suddenly doing double windmills like he's warming up to bowl.
Pulled hard and pulled for 4. Within touching distance now, Yorkshire.
That's pulled a long way in front of the square, isn't it? And it's now into single figures.
And that's carved. Within a shot of victory now. Let's see a 6 in this innings. Saw a couple in the Middlesex innings, one hit by that man. Oh, now fielder's there. Just the single and 4 to win. It probably would be fitting for Imam to hit the winning runs. Couldn't say that his innings, the complete difference between the sides. Elias gave it a really good start, didn't he?
I'd missed this earlier. Adam Lyth had scored 27 runs in his 4 innings before today. He didn't play like a man who was short on confidence, did he? Averaging 6.8.
In some ways, does that free you up walking out on a surface as helpful to the bowlers as this one's been? You know you're not in nick. Oh well, let's go out there and play.
No one's got any runs today, therefore, you know. Yeah, exactly. Pressure's off indeed. Whatever gets a bonus kind of thing.
Clip fine, and clip for the win. 7-wicket victory, and it is Imam who scores the winning runs fittingly, moves to 54. Sam Robson the first to congratulate him. Brilliant, brilliant innings. You'd have to say near masterful on a surface where the seamers have been having plenty of fun today. They had very little joy against that man though. And another 50 and another match-winning performance from Imam for the team topping the table, Yorkshire, who wrapped this one up by 7 wickets.
Excellent performance by him, but it was all set up by the bowlers. Effectively, he's put the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake. When Middlesex were 3 down with only 4 forward, there was trouble there and then. In fairness to them, we said this, if they put enough balls in the right place, they would create opportunities. And they bowled some really good balls. The difference was the Yorkshire deliveries took wickets, the Middlesex ones flew through to the keeper a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's captain hindsight, isn't it? Say at the toss that Middlesex probably should have inserted. I think there was definitely more swing there this morning. So a little bit more movement. 11 o'clock, start of the day, before the heat's really taken grip, and I think the conditions probably did help. That's taking nothing away from just how well that quartet bowls. 4-3-2-1 the wicket columns for Milnes, Code, Hill and White, and only Brooks was able to find something similar, and well, his was quite brilliant as well. But Imam with 54, it was always going to be a case, if somebody could hold their head, then it should be Yorkshire's game, and it was. Right, the stream will be back on Tuesday. Kent the visitors for that one. Yorkshire go clear at the top. They're in action again on Friday against Durham at Scarborough. From Andrew McKenna, though, the stream team, and myself, Kevin Hand, it's a very good night, or good afternoon indeed to you all. Yorkshire wrapping up this one by 7 wickets.